blessings. What you say? I just blessings. Okay, blessings. Yes, yeah. I be your blessings. Blessings. Over and over again. Blessings. I just blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I be your blessings. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be a blessing. Even when I'm stressing, I'll be a blessing. I'm taking every lesson as a blessing to increase my abaya. Me a blessing, I'll be a blessing. Every breath is a blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. From I have mouth for talk, that's a blessing. I'm have foot for walk, another blessing. Me in the outline with chalk, add up the blessings. And me heart no dark, cause of the blessing. Cause me know who bless me, and who not left me. When me wrong, me know who correct me. Through the valley of the shadow of death, yeah, take me. And then him bless me. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Genesis 12 and 2. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing.
Shalom! Welcome to National Assembly! Don't forget, shoes off at the door!
Respect y'all's house.
Hey, Maya is so. Hey, Maya is so. Toraba, 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 ya, ya. Toraba, 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 ya, ya. Praise God!
Praise Yah.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
All praises to the Most High. Peace and blessings, everyone. Hold on, let me get myself together. Let me see where the mic level is. Mic level's really low. Bring it on up, bring it on up, bring it, too loud, too loud. Bring it on down, bring it on down, bring it on down. All right, right there. Right there is cool. All right, let's go, let's go. Let me make this. Oh, I got the what's name on. I'm probably not gonna get loud. So, no, let me turn it off. Let me just turn it off because I always say I'm not going to get loud, and then I get loud, and then I forget it's on. So let me turn this off. All right, there we go. So there's no, all right, here we go. So there's no compressors on at all. And if I get loud, it should be all right. All right. So let's get started. Let's get started. Peace and blessings. Tonight's lesson. Peace and blessings to everybody coming in. Trump assassination attempt, the rabbit holes, the rumors, the theories, and the Epstein truth exposed. Oh, it's going down tonight. Y'all already know. Hold on. Let me join y'all on. Let me make myself a little bigger on the screen. Let me put the link for my brothers and sisters to join me on the screen. Give me a second. I'm coming on in. Hold on. Where is the right there? Let me stop share this. Stop share. All right, that made me all big on the screen. All right, there we go. All right, I'm gonna get my life together in a minute. Peace and blessings. Welcome everybody in. We gonna expose this thing tonight. I know y'all might have seen the clips all over the YouTube and all over the news, but you ain't seen what we about to bring tonight. And also, I got some fruit I'm gonna do at the end. Y'all know we gonna teach something, but we about to expose this assassination, the rabbit hole, the rumors. Let's go. Share screen. Hold on, I'm gonna let my brothers and sisters in a minute. Y'all give me a second for the new people coming in. I want them to know exactly where they are. This is where you are. The Trump rabbit hole. All right, let me get my present. All right, present, invite guests, copy. Peace and blessings, everyone, on this second day of the week, the Monday. Hopefully, the Most High blessed all of y'all today as y'all went through y'all days. Activities, all right, from all the lands that you're in. Welcome to the house of the Most High. We about to expose some things tonight. This gonna be pretty dope because we going down the rabbit hole. Now, the rabbit holes are kind of fun. I like rabbit holes because they kind of, like, whenever we do rabbit holes, it be kind of a little fun experience, right? So I was like, when I was getting this together, I was like, okay, I think we going down a rabbit hole tonight. Then I said, you know what? I might as well put that in the thumbnail because it is rabbit hole time. Somebody done told y'all correct. Now, the reason why it's rabbit hole time, because the assassination attempt, right? Y'all heard about it. I know everybody know about it, right? And I know some people like, I want to see what Unc gonna bring out. Y'all know I got something to say. Y'all already know, and y'all already know I'm gonna bring stuff that ain't all over. Everybody ain't talking about, or everybody don't know about, or everybody ain't exposing. Yeah, we gonna expose some things tonight, right? So, the Trump rabbit hole, rumors, theories, okay? Oh yeah, it's going down. Hold on, I'm getting my life together. Shalayam Tamayam, Shalayam Hakyama, peace and blessings. All right, let's get this party started. The rabbit holes, rumors, theories, and Epstein truth exposed. I know y'all like Epstein. Epstein is back. The old king of the diddly diddlers, the Epstein, he's back, right? Because a lot of this stuff going on, there's a lot of this stuff is conspiracies and it's tied in. So we going down the conspiracy rabbit hole tonight, right? Rabbit holes, rumors, theories. All right. So now let's go. Let's get this party started. Shalayam Tamaya, Shalayam Hakyama. Let's get going. All right, shout out to Run Rock. Shout out to everybody coming in the building. As you can, please give a like so others can know we live and they can come on in the building a little later on because it's about to go down. All right, so let's go. The Trump assassination attempt. So there was an incident, right? I know most of y'all seen it or heard it. It was at the Washington Hilton. All right, y'all know I got video clips. Oh, we about to expose some things, okay? There was a shocking incident at the Washington Hilton during the White House Correspondents Dinner, right? And this incident forced security to act quickly. All right, so the president, Donald Trump, and the other high officials of the this administration, all right, this administration in the White House, they were all evacuated. Now, the authorities identified the suspect as someone named Cole Tomas Allen. All right, now that is this dude on the, there we go. We getting started already. So the thumbnail is Trump, rabbit hole, and right here, that's Cole Allen, right? So a black dude. Now the funny thing is, soon as I knew it was a black dude, I was like, oh, they had to find a way to tie us into this mess. But it is what it is, right? It's hilarious, right? I knew it was coming. Okay, but anyway, so this dude, so Cole Allen, right? This is his LinkedIn, I think, bio, right? And then I put the emoji, right? The face, right? So he's a game developer, an engineer, a scientist, and a teacher, right? And his pronouns is he, him. That's hilarious. No, let me not. I was about to go somewhere. Let me not. Tonight is not about that. Just leave it alone. Just leave it alone. All right, moving right along. Cole Allen. Okay, the rabbit hole. All right, so I put him on the thumbnail, and then I put Trump, our president, on the thumbnail. Him and anybody know who this Asian lady is that was next to him? Because they was chopping it up. She was all in his ear and stuff. I'm like, I don't know what's going on. I'm like, let me find out. let me find out our President Prayer's getting his smash on. He getting his Asian on or something, right? I don't know. Y'all know me. I'm sorry. I just see things differently from other people, right? She was just sitting on his left side, and he had his wife on the right side, and I'm like, yeah, she's a correspondent, but I'm like, who? She real, she got the seat right next to him. That means a lot. Y'all know every optics is everything, right? So I'm like, who is this Asian lady over? She just is cozy, all talking and kicking and everything. I'm like, oh, go ahead, orange dude. He might be getting him a little, I was gonna say a little beef and broccoli. A little, he might be getting him some. All right, but let me stay focused. Let me because we're going down the rabbit hole tonight. We're going down the real rabbit hole. I'm just talking about the thumbnail. We're just making jokey jokes. We just get out your feelings, right? All right. So yeah, they're way too chatty and way too friendly. Come on, I wasn't born yesterday. Some of us elders, we see different things people can't see. You know what I mean? Because if that was your wife and I'm like, hey, listen, I was watching you on TV. You know, if your wife worked in a White House correspondent around all these dudes, I'd be at TV. Well, she wouldn't be. Well, I'd be at the TV looking like this. You know how the crazy dudes in a bathrobe? I'd be in a bathrobe with sweat socks on, with hot top sweat socks and some church shoes. Looking at, sitting at the TV like this. I see you at the, she be talking about, what the shooting? I don't care about no shooting. I saw you shooting your lip off. You was all in his face. What was all that? Right? I'll be that crazy dude at home. You think I'm lying? I show up at the White House in a bathrobe and some tube socks. And some slides. You think I won't? I'll be like, listen, my wife is up in here. They, what's the Secret Service? They be like, excuse me. I'm like, my wife is up in here. I was looking at the TV. Look, I got it on my phone. She all up in his face. I need to go in and talk to her, and she need to get up out his face. I don't know what there's something ain't right. But anyway, right? Some of us elders, we don't play all that. We don't play none of that. No, I don't play no parts of that. Right? So you need to be minding your business. You know what I mean? Let your yays be yays, your nays be nays. You can say yes, when he asks you something, yes, sir. Yes, Mr. President. And then you turn back around. Right? Yes, and then turn back around. No, and then turn back around. All this kiki, that's what they call all that kiki and the giggling and hee. There's way too much. There's way too much going on. But anyway, let's continue. That ain't the rabbit hole. We about to go down the crazy rabbit hole. Shout out Cut from a Different Cloth. Shout out Unbothered Movement. Shout out to Lazia. Shout out to people coming in the building, GRW. All right, let's go. I just gotta say that. Y'all don't let these people make y'all think that that's what they do today. They so liberal. They make you think that it's okay for your husband and wife to be all kiki and all what they call them work husband and wife, too friendly with the, nah. Show up at the job sometime. I'm sorry. I just show up at the job. You hear me, sisters? You hear me, brothers? Yeah, pop up. You heard? You know how they have them pop up things in the mall, pop up shop. Run a pop up shop up at the job every now and then. Oh yeah. Especially if they work in corporate America and all that. I used to work at the hospital. I worked in corporate America. It was none but married women all over me, bro. It was nasty McNasty. Married, single, it's a flesh show. They was like, who is? I mean, when I first came in there, my supervisor, he's like, oh, they gonna be all over you. When you come out, I was shocked. I said, what? He was like, bro, they was all over. It's crazy work. But you need to pop up shop. Don't let your husband and wife know you coming. Just pop up, sniffing around, see what's going on. See who's sniffing around. Yeah, the hospital is the worst, bro. See who's sniffing around your husband or your wife. But anyway, let's get back. Let's get focused. The Trump rabbit hole. So this dude, Cole Allen, we got some stuff that's coming out tonight. So anyway, this is the thumbnail. So they identified him as Cole Tomas Allen, and the report says he may have been targeting members of the Trump administration, right? So now they're investigating his writings, his digital activity, and his possible motives. But we about to go down the rabbit hole. We about to go where no man, you know how they say in Star Trek, we going where no man has traveled and gone. Tonight gonna be fun. The rabbit holes are fun. Why not? We do so many strong topics and discourses and everything. It's good to have a little fun every now and then. Rabbit holes are fun to me, right? Because we just gonna throw out the mess, right? We're gonna see where it leads, right? So everybody, something happened, right? A couple of days ago. It wasn't quiet. It wasn't in the background. Something happened in a place where power, media, and influence all meet. A moment that forced immediate action. This situation triggered evacuation. It triggered a story that is now spreading across the world. But the question is not just actually what happened. The real question is, what do we actually really know? What really happened? What is the will within the will? Because in moments like this, information moves really fast, but the truth don't just move fast. Truth moves methodically, carefully, and intentionally. And we have all been here before. You know that song, Heard It All Before, Sunshine Anderson, Lady This, but your lies ain't working now. We done been here before, heard it all before. We seen this before, all right? Our president today, he already faced moments where violence allegedly stepped out of the shadows into the public view, right? They had the campaign events going down. Remember, shots fired in Butler, Pennsylvania, the fear and confusion that followed the other threats against, president's life. America has been reminded that political hatred can turn deadly when the heart of a nation starts to grow cold. Now, this is the part. I don't care if you Democrat, Republican, I don't give a crap about that talk. Listen what we talk about right here. This thing that's happening is bigger than what the media is portraying you. Because we've seen all this before. There is a bigger narrative going on. The country is divided and it's being further divided. The country is being divided of America. It's being divided by politics. It's being divided by class. It's being divided by race. It's being divided by media narratives that keep people angry, keep people suspicious, and keep the American citizens ready to accuse one another. They're striving to keep left against right, rich against poor, black against white, actually neighbor against neighbor. And the Most High warned us what happens when a house becomes divided against itself. In the Bible, the Hebrew Messiah in Mark 3:25 says, and if a house be divided against itself, that house cannot stand. Our Messiah spoke about. Y'all better listen clearly to all countries where you from. I'm speaking on America right now, but it's happening in every nation where you at. We about to get to the first video clip of the rabbit hole in a second. Let me bring this on in. Let people know we live, all right? So the Bible says, if a house be divided against itself, that house cannot stand. So when we see all of these events and this violence rising, when we see hatred spreading, when we see people being trained to see each other as enemies on different sides of the spectrum instead of seeing each other as brothers and sisters, we need to slow down and discern which spirit is behind the whole thing. The puppet master. You heard? The world is a stage. We need to slow down and discern the spirits. Proverbs 29:8 says, scornful men bring a city into a snare, but wise men turn away from the wrath. You heard? So don't be boo-boo the fool and following everything you see with your eyes and following everything you just heard, because they already manipulating everything. All right? Proverbs 29, scornful men bring a city into a snare, but wise men turn away wrath. That means mockery, rage, and division can trap people. It can trap a whole nation of people, but wisdom will turn the wrath away. So you have to discern. And right now, America, we need a little more wisdom. We need a little more healing. We need truth. We need a little more humility. We need to stop letting these politicians, stop letting the media, stop letting these influencers, stop letting the race baiters profit off our hurt, off our trauma, and build hatred in us. Zechariah 8:16 says, speak ye every man the truth to his neighbor, execute the judgment of truth and peace in your gates, and let none of you imagine evil in your hearts against his neighbor. Do you understand? Now, I understand these other cultures with their religion, they teach hate, you know, they teach you if you don't side with my beliefs to hate. Nah, the real Safariyah Bible speaks against this. We are to be kind, respectful, moral, tolerant, and also have a level of forgiveness for our neighbor. Zechariah 8:16, speak ye every man the truth to his neighbor, execute the judgment of truth and peace, shalom, in your gates, and let none of you imagine evil in your hearts against his neighbor. That is a command. Truth and peace, not lies and rage, not fear and bloodshed, not rumors dressed up like revelation, but at the same time, make sure that you never ignore the prophetic shadows that is over all of this that is happening in today's time. There is prophetic events happening, and we are to discern it all. 2 Timothy 3:1 says, in the last days, perilous times will come, and people be without natural affection. Okay? There will be false accusers, truce breakers, fierce and despisers of those that are righteous, despisers of those that are good. All right, in the last days, this is the times we living in. If you don't know that, then somebody done told you boo-boo the fool wrong. Now, does this sound like the temperature of the world right now? Everybody? That's why I'm like, you know, some people are like, these ain't the last days. You need to be checking your temperature. You see? Isaiah 59 says, judgment is turned away backward, and justice standeth afar off, for truth is fallen in the street. That's the end times. Truth falling in the street. That is why tonight we're not rushing to conclusions. We're not going to get lost up in all of the drama, the he say, she say, the noise, okay? We're not going to let fear lead us. We going down a rabbit hole, and we're going to do it together, covered in spirit and truth. We're going to have fun. We're going to dispel the foolishness. We're going to eat the fruit and spit out the pits. You heard? That part. Somebody told you wrong. And we're going to enjoy ourselves while doing it righteously covered. You heard? Tonight, we're going to break this down, this info, this news assassination attempt. We're going to break it down piece by piece. You heard? Layer by layer. We're going to pull back the layers of this media onion, because in a time of confusion, the righteous must not just react. We must always discern. Let's go. Let's go. First video clip of the night. Go ahead.
We have 2 prayer requests, if that's okay, or you want them later?
Give me a little later. We're just getting started. Give me a little later. All right. Praise the Most High. I got your prayer request. We're going to get to it a little bit later. Let's get this party started, and then we're going to get a break, and we'll get the prayer requests in. All right, first video clip of the night. Do I want to do the video clip or show y'all the rabbit? Oh, let's start. Let me see. Let's do it. Let's start with the rabbit holes first, right? And then the video clip. Okay, I got it lined up. Let's go. First rabbit hole jump of the night. Okay, first rabbit hole jump of the night. Here we go. Now, here we go. Let me stop share. Let me click on this, right? And then let's go. This is going to be kind of fun. I was looking forward to it. When I saw this, I like the rabbit holes. They're pretty fun when we go down these rabbit holes. But those who've been a part of, who watched this channel before, and when we did rabbit holes, it's kind of pretty dope. All right, here we go. So I have to stop share, right? Then I have to come back to y'all, right? Where y'all at? Y'all over here, right? Then I'm going to go share screen, right? Share screen. Okay, share. And then I'm going to go window. Where is it? I think it's this one. Share. There you go. All right, let me see what y'all see. There we go. I can make it a little bigger. Now, y'all see this? It says, President Ronald Reagan was shot outside of the same Hilton Hotel of the White House Correspondents Dinner. Now, everybody, here we go. Hopping on down, get your Peter Cottontail on. We hopping on down the rabbit trail. We getting started already. President Ronald Reagan was shot outside of the same Hilton Hotel in 1981. Okay, all right, let's go. Right, this is the Hilton, Washington, 1919. Right, the White House Correspondents Dinner. Ronald Reagan was shot outside the same hotel. Is it coincidence or conspiracy? All right, we're going to enjoy ourselves tonight, right? White House Correspondents Dinner shooting happened at the same hotel as 1981 Ronald Reagan assassination attempt. I remember seeing that one on the news. Y'all remember Reagan? They tried to kill Reagan. They got the other dude. Some of them people got killed too. I think Secret Service agents and some. They made laws too because one of them got paralyzed. All right. So, all right, the rabbit trail starts. Let's go. Let's go down next. What's the next? Okay. Now, this one here. All right, this one gonna open up a ton of stuff. All right. So this one here, Cole Allen. This is his what they call that thing, not Instagram, LinkedIn, I think. His LinkedIn, right? He's a game developer, an engineer, a scientist, and a teacher, right? From Los Angeles. Right? So let's go. Now, this here, Cole Allen, 31-year-old California teacher, ID'd as a White House Correspondents Dinner shooting. But some of y'all might have heard already, but we're going to go in a deeper dive. Y'all might have heard there's a connection to this Cole Allen with someone named Henry Martinez. Okay. So this Henry Martinez opened an account on Twitter, and I think it was 2023, and the first thing he posted was Cole Allen. The first and only thing. Some of y'all might have seen this, right? We going somewhere though. We really going somewhere, right? It's gonna be kind of fun, right? Some of y'all might have seen this, right? For those who, if you did, don't worry, we going somewhere you might not have seen. So this Henry Martinez opened his Twitter account and only posted one thing, and he posted Cole Allen in 2023. Okay, how people find this stuff, I don't know. It'd be the white brothers and sisters. They be on it, right? They be finding all type of stuff, right? So anyway, let's continue, right? Because we going somewhere. Now, the next, this right here is the Trump attempted assassin, Cole Tomas Allen, 31 years old from Los Angeles, right? And then it got Henry Martinez. That account on Twitter has only one post. So this Twitter account only posted one post. and this post got millions of views, right? And the only thing he posted in 2023 was Cole Allen, right? Coincidence or conspiracy? Let's continue, right? He has only one post in existence, and it's Cole Allen from December 21st, 2023, all right? Y'all, we're going to go there, all right? But in 2014, NASA published a paper, and Henry Martinez was the author. Okay, we're going somewhere. Conspiracy or theory. Yeah, theory or conspiracy theory. Conspiracy theory, right? Now here we go. So now we're getting a little rabbit trail-ish, right? NASA, Henry Martinez, published a paper in NASA, all right? And Cole Tomas, the shooter, was did an internship or summer graduate at NASA. Okay, so Henry Martinez published a paper at NASA in 2014, and in 2014, Cole Tomas was a summer undergraduate research fellowship student. I'm walking it in. We're gonna rock this. We're gonna knock this rabbit hole out the park in a second, right? All right. So again, looking real conspiracy theory-ish. I don't know. The strings are tying. Okay. I don't know what's going on. Something smelling kind of fishy already. But let's continue. All right. Let's continue. We're going down the rabbit hole. That's this. This was the post, right? Look, 43.5 million views. Now, everybody listen clearly. He opened this account, posted just this name, and got 43 million views. Why? Who? Why? What? Kind of fishy. Let's continue. Cole Allen was the teacher. Congratulations to Cole Allen, C2 Education of Torrance, California, on being honored as our December Teacher of the Month, right? He was the Teacher of the Month, December 2024. That dude. Okay. So this dude, we're going to get some stuff about him too, right? Looking real kind of crazy and fishy, okay? All right. So this dude, Teacher of the Month, undergraduate student at NASA, created an app, an engineer, supposed to be a very astute, very highly intellectual individual. He just bum rush and try to shoot, right? Some of the administration. Okay. I don't know, right? Okay. 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 We going somewhere. Yeah, if he had $1 for each view, he'd be set, right? That's why I'm like, why is you getting 43 million views for posting just one thing, right? But anyway, let's continue. The Teacher of the Month. All right, let's continue. Here we go. According to Cole Tomas Allen's, his name is Cole Tomas Allen. Remember the Tomas, right? It's going to tie in later. According to Cole Tomas Allen's LinkedIn, he interned at NASA in 2014. In 2014, NASA published a paper, and Henry Martinez was an author of the paper. Hold on. And so Henry Martinez posted this post, Cole Allen, in December 2023. Opened up a Twitter, and that's the only thing he posted. All right, looking real fishy. Okay, so this is the summer undergraduate research fellowship student. Now, this JPL, some people are starting to speculate, right? Conspiracy truthers, right? Because there ain't no theories, right? Shout out to the conspiracy truthers. You heard, who used to get shadow banned like me years ago, right? Everything coming out. We ain't looking too crazy now. But anyway, a lot of conspiracy truthers are starting to deduce and bring out that the NASA's JPL system is like a like an onboarding. It's like they use something's going on with this, and it's going to come out a little later. What's going down? We going to rabbit trail. We going to Peter Cotton trail. All right, let's go. Summer undergraduate research fellowship student. That's the dude. JPL's NASA's Jet Propulsion. He went there for 3 months. He added modeling capabilities for planets around several previously excluded stars, updated the most recent version of the model with new chemical reaction, identified multiple sources of discrepancies, right? All right. So our unaliver was a NASA undergraduate student. Okay, let's continue. Now, there is some artwork going on, and we about to try to discern it, right? Let me come back to that. Let me double click my artwork, right? Because there's some stuff going on, and we're going to be, and then I got video clips coming. Let's walk our pieces together. So when y'all see the video clips, everything will tie in. Y'all already introduced to a lot of the pieces in the puzzle, right? Because if we're trying to go down a rabbit hole, it's like putting pieces on the puzzle, right? So I'm going to go grab here, and then I need to grab, I know I made it. Where you at? Where you at? I know I screenshotted you somewhere. Oh, I didn't? Okay, I can grab you. That's why I left my screenshot tab open. I can grab you over here. Yeah, I can. That's why I didn't erase none of those. There, go right there. So I can grab this one right here. Let me double click it. Because, yeah. Because I might as well do it here. Yep. And then I can go here. Let me see, what is that? Yep. Then I can go here. Okay. So we're going to open up something together, right? Because there's conspiracy theories, and we're going to click. I ain't click these tabs. I'm going to see. I don't know if we're going to open. I'll see. I'll see if we're going to open it together live, right? So let me come back to y'all. What do y'all see? Let me see what y'all see. This is going to be pretty fun. There you go. I see what y'all see now. Y'all see that one. So let me go to it. Bang. There you go. So it says Henry Martinez Twitter account header. It featured a pareidolia, art of the iconic Butler assassination attempt seen on Trump. So this dude's, you see his Henry Martinez, right? The one who put Cole Allen in 2023. This is his background header for his Twitter account, right? And this background header, we on the rabbit trail. They found out that it's a pareidolia, pareidolia, art of the iconic assassination attempt. Okay, so this is his background header. All right, let's do it. It's crazy work. Let's do it. So stop share screen, right? Window, bang, share. This is his background header on his Twitter. So you see this image? It's a paria, it's a paria whatever scope of thing. So what it does, if I play the video, I got the video. If you play it, is this watercolor thing like dissolves, and it dissolves into this picture. Okay, so we back on the we still on the rabbit trail. All right. So that person's account who posted Cole Allen, this is his background image. I got the video. I might show it to y'all, right? So it scrolls. Yeah, I'm gonna show it to y'all. It scrolls, and it scrolls into this image. Okay? It just peels back. Matter of fact, maybe I should. I thought maybe should I show y'all? Hold on, which dang, I forgot. I know which one it is. It'll probably be hard for me to find it. And I closed my I know where to find it. I took a screenshot. Come on, Unc. Come on, Unc ain't pump. Let's go, Unc. You ain't pump. Double click, right? And then I can go forward one. Where is it? Forward one. Forward. There you go. So it's called Charlie Kirk 11. Okay. Let me find it. So it should be in the ZWix, all right? And then it should be under the C's, no, under the N's, MN, right? There it go. Where you at? don't see it. No, no. Well, I don't see it. Of course. It is what it is. I'm not about to. That's all right. I could explain it to y'all. I might pull it up a little later. I don't want to drag this out. But I should have grabbed it. I want y'all to kind of see how it dissolves out. It's this thing, right? But hold on, let me go to, if I go, it's in the temp folder. There you go. It's in the temp folder. I knew it was in the temp folder. There you go. Let me double click. Let's see if it, yep. There you go. Oh, it's playing music. Okay, I know what I can do. I can stop the music. Okay, so let me go here, make that smaller. I found it. Let me come on back. Let me stop share. Right, stop share. And then go share screen. Right, and then go to Chrome tab. Oh, so good. Window, it ain't gonna have no sound anyway. Good. Media player, there's no sound in it. Also share system audio. No, share. All right, media player. How's it look? Yeah, share. Let me see what y'all see. There we go. Now this is the media player. Now this is his, see, this is the Henry Martinez account, right? That posted Cole Allen in 2023. And this is his backdrop. Now remember, he wrote a paper for NASA. Cole Allen went to NASA both in 2014. Now this is this para whatever thing you call it. Now watch this. Press play. So this is what they call that parallel whatever thing, that whatever it was called. I'll say it again, right? So it turns that image. Yeah, you ain't supposed to hear anything. It turns, because it's a copyright strike. They're playing the song, right? It turns this image, right, into that. Okay, so now y'all see it, right? So it turns that image into that, right? All right, so here we go. So now, and I don't be clicking on this stuff because this stuff take you to some, I don't be mess around and get a virus on your computer, right? I'm slow to click on stuff, right? That's why I'm like, you know what? Let me download and just show y'all, right? Because I'm like, because I got tabs to click on. I don't be slow to click on stuff. Y'all be slow to click stuff. That's where y'all get yourself in mess, all in your phones and stuff. Y'all be nosy clicking on everything. All right, so anyway, so that's that. So now let's continue. Stop sharing, right? And let's go back. Now that y'all seen that, I want y'all to see what that was so y'all can have an understanding as we go forward, right? Because it's about to get really good, really fast. This is crazy work, what's happening, what's about to come out tonight. All right, so this one, I think I was at, I was at that. I showed that, right? But I want to go back to our other one where I was. Oh, this one, right? So this, all right, let me just do this share. So this is the image, right? And it has that distinct mind, all right? Well, that's who posted this, right? So anyway, now, here we go. Now let's go back. So stop share, and it's going to tie up. Everything going to tie up. We're just putting the pieces together on the board. You know how you put puzzle pieces on the desk, and you're going to see it come together. All right? So y'all have patience. Share. All right. Now, it says this Henry Martinez, his header, which y'all just saw on his website, features a pareidolia. That's what it's called. Pareidolia. I think that's how they say it. Pareidolia. Art of the iconic Butler assassination attempt on our president, implying that he knew about both assassination attempts months, years before they happened. So he had that. I don't know if that's what that implied. I don't know. So I'm not clicking on these things. I was going to click on some of these, but I'm not, right? So Distinct Mind releases artwork. All right. So it released this on October 28, 2021. Then they have this time machine site. Okay. And it features the artwork on May 5th, 2022. All right. And then Henry Martinez created his account 2023. All right. And the Butler attempt on the president was July 13, 2024. All right. So now, hold on, let me go back. So this thing right here is the image, right? So let me go, hold on. I'm supposed to go to this one. Where's my, oh, let me go back, right? Go back to my screenshots, go back one more, right? And then go down, and it's this one. Where is it? There you go. It's this one. So double click this one, right? And then hold on, make sure that one's open. Yep, double click this one. There we go. Now stop share, come back to y'all, share screen, window, bang, share. All right, so the time machine. Now, this right here is, here we go with the image again, right? And it's on a website about time machine, right? We're going somewhere. May 2022, 3D digitization. Study on quality and 3D digitization of tangible cultural heritage. Thanks also to our time machine members who participated in a study on quality 3D digitization. All right, now, time machine. Now, this is crazy rabbit hole because these people talk about time travel. All right, but this goes somewhere. I know it sounds crazy, but this goes somewhere. This ties into aliens and UFOs as well. Yeah. So this image tied to, right, Henry Martinez, right? He put it as his title thing, right? This backdrop. And here we go. And the time machine site featured the artwork. Okay. And y'all see what the artwork did on his, where it was a parallel, whatever that is, and it revealed the Trump thing. All right. But wait, here we go. Let's continue. Now, some has went through to try to say, okay, where could we find the artwork, right? The artwork is everywhere, right? It was Horizon Grounds in 2022, Horizon Grounds, right? But then this one, a multicolored image of a multicolored background on Splash, 2021, right? On Unsplash. All right. So this is some of the first of the images coming out, but they used it on that time machine site, right? And that dude used it. All right. I know y'all like, where's this going, huh? but wait, let's go. Now, I'm gonna come back to that, right? Because that's a video, right? I'm gonna come back to that and hold on, let's go. Because this is gonna tie in and it's kind of crazy work, right? So hold on. Yep. Okay. So yeah, the one after that. All right, let's go. So grab this, come back to that. Now, this is someone saying, oh, let's go forward. All right, here we go. I know where I'm going. All right. So remember this part right here. This was the image that person posted on his X, his Twitter, right? And he wrote the name Cole Allen, and he published a paper for NASA. And Cole Allen, the shooter, was a student, undergraduate student at NASA in 2014, right? All right. And then we did this time machine thing, this image. Now watch this. Right here. Now, a NASA aerospace engineer named Henry Martinez publishes an award-winning 2014 paper on the Orion spacecraft. Okay, everybody pay attention. Hold on. Where am I at? I'm sorry, hold on. I went where am I at? Go back again. I'm getting ahead of myself. Here we go. A NASA aerospace engineer named Henry Martinez, he published an award-winning 2014 paper on the Orion spacecraft. He did it the same year that Cole Allen interns at NASA as a JPL student. All right, so this Henry Martinez, who posted that image of oh, that's where I'm supposed to be. Okay, that's why I was in the wrong one. Stop share, double click this one. I thought I was, okay, because I got so many tabs open. Come back to y'all, share screen. This is going somewhere crazy. Y'all gonna enjoy this tie-up, right? Now go forward. There we go. Now, this NASA aerospace engineer, Henry Martinez, all right? Now I can work it. Oh, shoot. I'm getting too hard on myself. Him, all right? The one who wrote this, Cole Allen. Okay, he posted it, right? This dude, he was a NASA aerospace engineer, and he just posted Cole Allen literally in 2023, and that's it. And it got 43 million views, right? And then we just showed y'all his backdrop, right? Now watch where we going. Watch where we going. Watch where we going. Watch where we going. Now, he's a aerospace engineer, and he published an award-winning 2014 paper on the Onion spacecraft, the same year that the shooter interned at NASA. Years later, he made a Twitter account under the name with a time machine header posts only one word in 2023, and the word he posts, Cole Allen. That's a name. One name. The exact name of the gunman who attacked the 2026 White House Correspondents Dinner, while Palantir, Peter Thiel works with NASA on the Onion and the Artemis programs. The Orion spacecraft completes the Artemis mission. The Hollywood film Fly Me to the Moon features a fake onion moon landing project, literally called Project Artemis. David Wilcock himself, who got unalived only days before the assassination attempt, and his longtime co-author and friend Winfrey Press shortly before that. They got unalived, all tying back to the Onion Group from the Law of One, the Orion Cube, and the Project Looking Glass. Now, this is going to all tie in later. Additional sentence on probability. The statistical probability that all these connections are pure coincidence is less than 1 in 2.5 quadrillion. Practically impossible. This is for those who want to say this is a conspiracy theory. When you put this information into any AI, I don't care if it's Grok, whatever, they'll give you the probability that this is coincidence. 1 in 2.5 quadrillion. All right. So that Henry Martin was an aerospace engineer, was writing for NASA, the same time that Cole Allen was an intern. All right. He made a time machine header post that morphs into the Trump first assassination attempt, right? The other one. Now watch this. Epstein emails discussing the looking glass, war, and time travel. We should explore the biological consequences of time travel. This is what Epstein wrote. Here we go. The Epstein papers. This is my title. We got video clips coming. Jeffrey Epstein to it's between him and Deepak Chopra, right? And right, they're going from them back and forth from Seth. We should explore the biological consequences of time travel. It will be amusing to calculate the rate of evolution of a population or a mutant that can travel in time. Now, everybody, they've been opening portals. And remember, we did our last rabbit hole with the time traveling stuff, right? This ties into the UAEP, the unidentified aerial projections and UFOs and all this stuff. Okay. Now, remember that NASA aerospace dude who made the Twitter and posted Cole's name, he had the time travel that header thing, right? Now, look, Deepak Chopra sent to Jeffrey Epstein, subject, Donald Trump and the Looking Glass War, right? This is 2018 by Deepak Chopra, special to SF Gate. All right. Now, y'all know Chopra, Deepak, he should be in jail with the rest of the Epsteiners. Just saying, right? But it's talking about time travel. Okay. So, this White House engineer, right? He's the exact name of the gunman. While Palantir works with NASA on the Orion and Artemis programs, the Orion spacecraft completes the Artemis mission, and they made a film. You know, they make movies on everything. Everything they do, they put it in movies because the spiritual law is that they got to show you everything they're doing. Now, whether you believe them or not is up to you. You have to discern for yourself, right? It says the Hollywood film Fly By Me to the Moon featured a fake moon landing project called Project Artemis. Now, this person you're going to see from tonight, David Wilcott, he got unalive. So the people who are exposing this stuff always end up unalive. And they just recently ended alive a lot of NASA scientists just now, within the last couple of weeks, okay? Because they were exposing what we're talking about tonight. All right. Now, and this is all tying back to the Orion group from the Law of One, the Orion Cube, and Project Looking Glass. All right. And I just showed you, right? Epstein, Deepak Chopra, Looking Glass. All right. Let's continue. This is from the White House. All right. This is article of 2025. It remarks by Director Kratsios at the Endless Frontiers Retreat, the golden age of American innovation. Look what it's speaking on. See, this is from the White House, Washington. Y'all can look this stuff up. April 14th, 2025, almost a year ago. The golden age of American innovation as prepared for delivery. Endless Frontiers Retreat in Austin, Texas. But we are capable of so much more. Our technologies permit us to manipulate time and space. They leave distance annihilated, cause things to grow, and improve productivity. Okay, so what I'm showing you, we're tying in now, okay? I told you we're going on a rabbit hole, okay? Now look, now remember, all these are official documents published. Everything I'm showing you is officially published. We're not showing you no hocus pocus, right? They says their technologies permit them to manipulate time and space. All right? So this is, they're admitting the things that they have accomplished. Now here go another one. This is from Deepak Chopra to Epstein, 2016. He says, many are saying this now. Super genes unlock the astonishing power of your DNA for optimum health and well-being, right? From Brad Bartholomew, subject, Sadhu Sangha consciousness. Now it's speaking on, I could agree, it's speaking on they can't even visualize waves in 4D space-time, let alone know their velocity. All right, I could not agree more with both of you. Take, for instance, these gravitation waves. LIGO has made a subatomic measurement of a collapsed wave function of a multi-particle system. So the quantum, I think that's quantum measurements, if I'm correct, observation problem applies. In addition, they have made a bold assumption that gravitation waves in 4D space-time travel at the speed of light. 4D space-time travel. They can't even visualize waves in 4D space-time, let alone know their velocity. In point of fact, they can speak with zero certainty about these gravitation waves, and yet the mainstream scientific media will continue to assert that gravitation waves have been discovered. Physicists actually know nothing about the fundamental workings, right? Now, that's back in 2016. It's 10 years ago, all right? Now, it says, Elaborating further to what Vinrada's information feelings represent, all quantum mechanics, that's one, quantum mechanic, QM interpretations suffer from the fundamental observer paradox as to who the observer is, using quantum mechanics to explain the consciousness as a vicious cycle, whatever, right? Now remember, you know and understand the things they show you is only half or less than half of what's going on, right? So now I'm just going there because I'm showing y'all pieces to the puzzle. So when the video clips play, y'all understand a lot of the puzzle pieces, right? Now remember, this one came from the White House, 2025. And they said, our technologies permit us to manipulate time and space, right? This is from Epstein and them, Project Looking Glass, right? 2016, okay? We should explore biological consequences of time travel, right? Then the Henry Martinez published an award-winning paper at NASA 2014, the same year that the shooter interned at NASA. Okay, all right. Now, this, hold on, which way is this one? It's there. It's back some. Okay, let me go back more. All right. So this thread right here is from someone whose child, he said they tried to get my son to go to the JPL program for a summer student program. We chose not to send him. That's the NASA program, right? It says, this person said, is the NASA JPL program some kind of MK Ultra sleeper cell trap? The person says, JPL's, the NASA program's founder, was Jack Parsons, Hayazat. to those who, this rabbit hole about to be crazy in a second. So the person who found the NASA JPL program was Jack Parsons. That's Aleister Crowley's, his crony. All right? Here we go. We back to Aleister Crowley, the wicked evil man, Jack Parsons. We back to, right? We never leave. All these things be tying together, right? JPL's founder, Jack Parsons, was Aleister Crowley's rocket fuel, I gotta say that word, acolyte, I think, handing jet tech to only spooks in the 40s in the Pasadena, California's labs. MK Ultra phased out, but the playbook stayed. Talent ID for Black Project, Smart Doge. What's the kid studying? Now, what they're breaking down is Jack Parsons and Aleister Crowley is the one that funded that NASA program, which the shooter, everybody, was an undergraduate in the program at the same time that person who was a NASA scientist wrote his paper and then wrote his name in 2023. All these pieces starting to tie together. All right, they're going to tie together anyway. Wait till the video clips. All right, I'm walking it in with these pieces, right? These pieces going to start to tie together, all crazy work, right? So hold on, let me see, where's my thing? Click that one, there you go. So Jack Parsons, Aleister Crowley, right? And these are the ones who made Scientology too, okay? These dudes, Jack Parsons and them. Okay, now they started that program at NASA. The person asks, what was your child studying? Because this person said that they tried to get his child to join the JPL summer program, but they chose not to send them, right? So then he said, he asked, what is your child studying? He said, what is he not studying? He said, a JPL contractor from NASA came to visit. They knew the hubby from, this is a woman. They knew my hubby from childhood. The visit seemed out of place in my mind. Anyway, they met my son, who was only 15, and they wanted him to come with them. Her husband's friend from childhood, who was a contractor for the NASA program, wanted her 15-year-old son to come with him. She said, he seemed convinced that my son would really enjoy the program. Innocent or nefarious? I say nefarious, sister. She said, my son wasn't keen. I felt that it was odd. Anyway, my son has a genius IQ and could walk circles around many. All right? And that's the aerospace engineer Martinez published, right? Same year that this Cole Allen became a NASA JPL undergraduate student. And this is Jack Parsons' program that he created at NASA, Aleister Crowley. All right, now, all right, so I just wanted to tie those rabbit hole pieces. Let me see, because we got the video clips is going to rock this stuff to sleep. Let me see. I think I got all the, oh, no, let's do this piece. All right, I got a doozy piece now. This one's kind of a doozy. Let me grab it, right? Let me grab it. I can close. Let me just grab it. I'm going to double click it here, right? So, all right, here we go. So remember, here we go. So come back to y'all, stop share, bang, right? Share screen, window, bang, share. All right, let's continue the rabbit hole, right? This is the Henry Martinez guy, right? He posted Cole Allen 2023. Okay, only thing he posted, only one post. We can actually click the link and it'll take us to, I don't know, should I do it? I don't know. I ain't going to do it. I got the link. I got the page open. I was thinking, should we click the link live? But I don't like clicking links, guys. Stuff getting all in your computer. You don't know. I don't be clicking stuff, right? I try to click as less as possible, right? Because I was going to start clicking these links because I did put the tabs open, but I ain't about to do it. All right. So anyway, this Henry Martinez, now y'all know who he is. He was like, according to Cole Tomas LinkedIn, he was an intern, right? And this is the Summer Undergraduate Fellowship JPL, NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Aleister Crowley, Jack Parsons created this NASA. All right. And the shooter just so happened to go there. Everybody, come on. Are you all feeling conspiracy theory-ish? Right? He just happened to go. Right? And this dude just happened to post Cole Allen when he made this account for one post. This sounds like we in a movie. It sounds like we in a episode of Black Mirror. Right? Come on. Ding, ding, ding. Right? Okay? So he just happened to, at the same time that this person who posted his name in 2023, at the same time that he was a engineer, he wrote this paper at the same time that he was an undergraduate student there. And now he's just allegedly out of nowhere trying to unalive. All right, let's continue. Right? Those are some of the clips I was going to click on. I ain't about to click on them now. All right. So and then Martinez account got that header that I showed y'all with the pareidolia removing that watermark image, and it was the first Trump assassination attempt. Okay, all right, another patsy, everybody. Here we go. Now here we go. Let's do another. His sister. Cole Allen's sister, Avriana Allen. She developed the Voter's Guide for Cal Matters, and she holds elite journalism credentials. Avriana F. Allen, 27, of Washington, D.C., is the sister of the Cole Tomas, the shooter. All right? And she was at, hold on, this is her, right? Full stack web developer, data engineer analysis, right? And, hold on, his sister. And she was at the event because she was I think a reporter or something. Let's go. Cole Allen's sister, Avriana Allen, developed voter guides for Cal Matters and holds elite journalism credentials. Avriana Allen is the sister of Cole Tomas Allen, the California teacher identified by authorities as the suspect in the shooting at the White House Correspondents Dinner. Public records confirm the sibling relationship, though shared through their shared mother, Kathleen Allen, and prior family address in Torrance. All right? They got their family records. You know, these people be doing their research. Avriana worked as full-stack web developer at Cal Matters, a left-leaning nonprofit California newsroom from 2021 until a recent layoff, In her LinkedIn post, she noted building an interactive California voter guides for the 2021 recall election, 22 general election, 2024 presidential election. These tools provided explanations of voting deadlines, ballots, statewide propositions, key races, and everything, right? His sister. Her LinkedIn posts, her examples. She also redesigned the Cal Matters homepage, improved navigation and archive pages. Ariana earns a Bachelor of Science from Northwestern University's Medill School of Journalism. She double majored in journalism and stats with a minor in creative writing. Her prior roles included interactives editor at North by Northwestern at a Northwestern Night, plus a 2022 engineering fellowship at Texas Tribune. She currently works as junior tooling and support engineer at Pew Research in DC. Her Medill journalism degree and experience building digital tools for news organizations placed her in professional Washington, D.C. journalism and research networks. There's no public evidence that no evidence that she attended the 2026 White House Correspondents Dinner. All right? No evidence, right? There is no public evidence that she attended the 2026 Correspondents Dinner or received press credentials for the event or had any involvement or prior knowledge of the shooting. There's no public evidence of that. All right. So they gave links of all that stuff. Questions that the Secret Service probably should ask his sister. Did Cole stay at your D.C. residence before or on April 2025? Did you meet up with Cole in D.C. around the date of the shooting? When was your last phone call, text, or in-person contact with him? Did Cole discuss travel plans with the White House dinner or any weapons with you? Have you provided him money, a place to stay, or event access? Did you share any press credentials or D.C. contact? When was your last phone call, text, or in person? Did you call, discuss travel plan? All right, so they're saying these are the questions they should be asking her. So his sister was part of the press and works in Washington, D.C. All right, it's kind of crazy, but whatever. Hopefully his sister ain't got nothing to do with it. All right, now here go another conspiracy theory that they going down rabbit holes, right? So some are saying that this was an image that Cole posted before he took down his Instagram. And they're saying that he had this shirt on. Now you got others are saying that this ain't true, it's AI, right? And it's supposed to say, I ain't gonna say what that says, but y'all can read, right? And they're saying he had this t-shirt on, all right? This is what, we on the rabbit hole. We in conspiracy theories. We got on the rabbit hole, okay? It says, was Cole Allen and what's the name, sleeper cell assassin? Okay, now let's continue. Now this is the same shirt, old Diddy, the old king of the Diddy, the old Epsteiner. Mr. Epstein has given generously to support philanthropic organizations across the United States and around the world, including Friends of the, y'all know who that is, right? Because they'll get you flagged for sure. We already shadow banned enough. We don't need to be shadow banned more, right? So Epstein had plenty of these t-shirts, right? In his, okay. So they're saying that this dude had this shirt on and it was posted to his Instagram, but people are saying it's not real. Okay. But let's continue, right? So that's Epstein with his. It says shooter Cole here, seen here in Instagram posts wearing this shirt before his profile was removed, right? Right now, hold on. So, people, they put it in Grok. People, first of all, guys, don't let AI be your last, because AI can be manipulated too by the people who running it, right? So you got people using Grok and ChatGPT as they're like, Grok, is this real? And if Grok say yes, they say, okay, it's real. If Grok say no, they say it's not. Don't fall into that trap. That's the trap that they want y'all to do, right? People are foolish. But anyway, it says, so they put it in Grok and they said, Grok, is this picture real? And Grok said, yes. It said multiple outlets and reporters, including Fox News and everything, have identified the suspect, confirmed Trump shared photos of the apprehension The IDF sweatshirt images are from his now deleted Instagram. So Grok said it was real, the picture was real. Then somebody else put it in Grok and said, is this picture real? The Grok says, yes, this picture appears to be real, a genuine photograph, not AI generated or heavily manipulated. Grok said the quick visual analysis was the anatomy and details, hands, fingers, face, clothing, and body proportions look natural and consistent with real photography. The two-finger gesture pointing and the grip on the beverage can are realistic. No common AR artifacts like extra middle finger warp joints, lighting and shadows consistent with indoor whatever. So don't let AI be your last be all, right? I don't know if it's real or not. I don't really care. We on the rabbit trail, right? And the video clip coming in a sec, it's gonna get crazy in a second, right? Gonna get dope. All right, and then after that part, I got something I'm gonna teach y'all. I'm gonna expose some things. Y'all know y'all know I'm not gonna do something without teaching something at the end. We're gonna expose some things tonight, right? So, all right, so this image, some want to say it ain't true, it's fake, it's AI, but others are putting it in AI saying it's a real image, right? And it's the, it's this stuff. Okay, so now we done tied NASA, we done tied that dude, the engineer, you done got Aleister Crowley, Jack Parsons. This thing is getting real messy, right? It's getting real messy already. We ain't even get started, right? His sister already has something to do with working in DC, but let's continue, all right? And, all right, now, I'll break this down. This is a whole nother lesson. But anyway, this was, y'all wasn't supposed to see that, but I see how Yazak had seen it. I was scrolling through, but we're going to break this down on a whole nother lesson. I ain't even got to read this, right? And this is this Khazarian mafia supposed to have founded this ISIS, all right, in 1855, right? And come on, Hayazaki, y'all know I got receipts. So, yeah. We'll do that a whole nother lesson. This ties into the Skull and Bones, right? 1861, you heard? And all that. But we'll do that a whole nother lesson, all right? Yeah. That y'all weren't supposed to see it. I seen how Yazak seen it. How Yazak eyes be. She got eagle eyes. She like, I seen that Skull and Bones thing. All right. So now this is some other stuff. We still in the rabbit hole. So, it's a lot of the white brothers and sisters, they be on some, the white brothers and sisters, y'all be on it, boy. The minute something come out, they be like, they be just finding everything. You want somebody to find something, you shout out to the white brothers and sisters, they'll find it for you. They find everything. So look what they said. I don't know. Now people are saying that, this is not true either, but we in the rabbit hole, so we able to discern. We just want to see what's going on, right? It says, why are the people in this country searching for Cole Allen as of 7 a.m., almost 12 hours before the assassination attempt? All right. So this is what they got out there. They're saying that at 6 a.m. of the day of the shooting, that his name was searched in that country where that shirt says he had alliances. Now, I don't know if it's true or not. We just down the rabbit hole, Once you're on the rabbit hole, then that everything is everything coming out. We ain't saying it's true or false. This is what they got going out there. Now he looked kind of, I don't know. He looked kind of, how it be in the eyes? You gotta look in the eyes. Always look in the eyes. Yeah, I don't know, bro. The eyes look crazy. I wouldn't have had you around my kids in school. I would be like, hold on, bro. Something ain't right. Right? It's always in the eyes. You can just see it. But most people miss stuff. I don't miss nothing. It's called spiritual discernment. You got to start discerning people's spirits, guys. Okay? Yeah, he looked like he ain't nobody home, right? It looked like ain't nobody home. Right? I'm like, bro, who takes a picture looking like that at the camp? Like, bro, where'd you look? If I was taking this picture, I'd be like, where are you looking at, bro? I'd be like, where is she looking at? Because he sure enough ain't looking, is somebody home? But anyway, so they're saying that, this search went up before the shooting. Okay? But anyway, We in the conspiracy theories. Now, there's another person said, why was his name searched there on Wednesday? Right? So they're saying that that country, the search went up or whatever. I ain't say it, they saying it, right? This one says it's fake assassination day again. I'm just grabbing stuff, right? We on the rabbit trail, right? So we don't, I don't know. It's looking real crazy. It's not looking too good. Oh, I was supposed to play the first clip. That's what I was supposed to do, but it's okay. I'll get back to it. I was supposed to play the first clip of the shooting. All right? And then I was supposed to go there. All right. So let me go back to that, right? Yes. Yeah. Oh, duh. Oh, crap. I went backwards, guys. I apologize. That's why I said first clip, and then I forgot I was supposed to play the first clip and then get to the pieces and then get to the other videos. All right. Let's go back. Let's get to that clip. Then I'm going to come back to this. All right. So I apologize. We only lost the out. Well, we ain't losing. Y'all got the info, but I did it out of order. Let's get to the first video clip of the night. All right. I was supposed to do that right off the rip. All right. Let me grab it. First video clip of the night is this one. And I got it set up. Oh, I should have. If I would have just touched it, I would have seen it. All right. Here we go. Stop share. Let's do it. First video clip of the night. So y'all got a lot of the pieces to the puzzle, but it is what it is. It's still going to fill in because I got the video clip coming. And then I go to share screen, right? Sorry, guys. I do the best I can. I'll be having so much stuff sometimes. It's like puzzle. I got to put puzzle pieces together to do my lessons, right? And I do good a lot of the time. Sometimes I can make a mistake. I'm not perfect. Thank you for y'all grace. All right. First video clip of the night. We don't own rights to these videos. We're reacting to the videos. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. This is the assassination attempt on our president. He's the president of the United States. Trump assassination attempt. Rabbit holes, rumors, theories, and Epstein truths exposed. Here we go.
President being escorted out one side.
That's so cinematic, right? Right? Thank you, guys. Thank you for your grace. Right? Now you'll see why I was supposed to start it right from there. It's like cinematic. Right? She's like, well, where's the dude taping it all? That's a whole nother thing, right? People are like, well, why? Everybody else seems shook. Why the dude taping it? He don't seem bothered at all. But anyway, that's always that. It's like, where's the guy that's taping all this, right? But that was mad cinematic, right? It's starring Bruce Willis, right, L'Oreal? Right? Now, you got others that are saying, why did they get J.D. Vance first before they got the president, right? Now, first of all, it depends on where they were sitting, right? Some of their protocol, they each got a team assigned to them, right? So if where Vance was sitting, it was closer and easier to get him out first, then that would, because some people, they conspiracy theories all over the place. Why do they get Vance first? I still think Trump need to watch Vance. I don't care what nobody say. He need to be watching Vance. You understand? Oh, my other thing. I didn't do it. That's my funny clip. Oh, I could find it. I'll find it. I got a clip. I need to do it right now. Hold on. Hold on. Maybe I got it in here. Maybe I put it in here. I don't remember putting it in here. No. I got to find that. I can't. No. They can't get away. They can't get away with that. I have so much stuff. I got to find that one. Because that's a funny clip. Y'all going to appreciate that one. Y'all going to be like, uh-oh. Right? Hold on. I know. Where are you at? Is it right there? No, that's the fighting. There. All right, I'll find it. Give me 1 second. Where are you at? It's not there. It's not there. Is it not there? There you go. So it's Sada, S-A-R-D. Okay, let me grab this. Go to S-A-R-D. It's in the, it's in that, what's the name? It's in this one, S-A-R-D, WinX videos. Go down to the S's. Yeah. There you go. So let me double click. I got it. So I can show it. At least I can show y'all. Right? Oh my goodness. I wanted to have it clipped, but that's okay. So let me get back. I got it on deck now. I'm like, boy, we can't miss that, because that's a good clip for us to see. All right. So anyway, now the video clips that I know y'all seen this. I got some stuff y'all haven't seen. We're gonna show, right? So a lot of them are saying that he should have got Vance, but it's two details, and they have to exit from different ways, right? They really all shouldn't have been together in this one place at one time anyway. That's against presidential protocol to have all of these officials in one place. So imagine if a real shooter, so something really happened, they could have shot him. So if somebody would have killed President Trump and Vice President, the Vice President dude, it would have been some other dude would have been our president. And his name is coming up. And I don't know this dude. I need to know who he is. Because I just found out if both of them was been unalive, it would have been some dude been our president. I don't even know who this dude is. I never even heard his name before, right? So anyway, the protocol is that, so the fact that, they got vice president first, that really ain't, that ain't as much as you would think. And Trump, when he got up, he actually fell. So when they was walking Trump, he actually fell. Right? Trump is kind of old, though. You know what I mean? So they was probably pushing him along, but he actually tripped. He actually fell. So anyway, let me play it. And that's that Asian lady right with him. Now, remember the Asian lady? I said, is Trump getting them some beef and broccoli? Is Trump sliding into some Asian cuisine, right? She is right by his side. She is still there with him, okay? I'm like, she is right there, okay? I'm like, all right, but anyway, all right, let's continue. So right there, he fell. So you see, he was walking, and then he tripped. He fell, then they picked him up. But his sugar booger is right behind him, too. That's why I said if she got a husband, he need to check. Bro, you need to check on your wife. Because his sugar booger, she was right there. I don't know where Melania at. Right? But she right on his back. I got your back. Okay? So I'm sorry. Somebody told you wrong. I'll be watching all that with my house slippers and my house coat and my tube socks. I've been watching all that. Oh, it's gonna be a problem at home. I would have been right at the White House. I got the film. I've been like this. I got it on film. Look, where's wife at? His wife ain't in there. What you doing? Where you had his back? Right? She's still right there. Her, the Secret Service. Where everybody else at? Her, the Secret Service, and the president. She's still, boy, she ride or die. All right. So anyway, let's continue. No, she was there. I'm talking about where she at right here. We got other clips we're going to show, but she ain't here. Right? The only one you see is the Secret Service and his Asian persuasion. Right? This ain't nothing but, boy, this giving me sugar booger energy if I ever felt sugar booger energy. Okay? All right, so anyway, let's continue.
There's the president being escorted. The president being escorted out one side, the vice president being escorted.
A night of chaos and confusion at the White House Correspondents Dinner. President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance.
There they go. So there you go. Yeah, she a loyal sugar booger. So that's Melania. That's the lady, the one who said they're gonna be shots fired, the press secretary, right? We're gonna get there. We get into all this stuff, right? And Melania, and she right there, right there on the left. You heard? You got your honey bunny on the right and your sugar booger right on the left. Let me find out the president. Let me find out our president getting his Asian persuasion on. All right? Because look at her. Watch this.
Rushed to safety after a man armed with guns and knives rushed past a security check.
The vice president.
A night of chaos and confusion at the White House Correspondents Dinner. President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance rushed to safety after a man armed with guns and knives rushed past a security checkpoint at the dinner's hotel venue in Washington. While the president, first lady, and other senior cabinet members were unhurt, one officer was shot but saved by his bulletproof vest. After the incident, the president attempted to ease tensions by cracking jokes.
Nobody told me this was such a dangerous profession.
But he also struck a somber tone, calling for unity and bipartisan healing.
I asked that all Americans recommit with their hearts and resolving our difference peacefully.
As for the gunman, he was taken into custody alive. The president revealed he is from California and had a manifesto. FBI agents raided what is believed to be his home in Torrance Sunday morning. DOJ officials say he appears to have acted alone, traveling by train from California to Chicago and then Washington, where he checked himself into the hotel as a guest.
It appears he was targeting members of the administration, but I say that generally because that's all we know right now. We don't have any specifics beyond that.
Meanwhile, Republicans say this incident underscores the importance of funding DHS. In New York, CB Cotton, Fox News.
Now we're learning more about.
There, that picture. Hayazak, I agree. Cash Patel looked like he's scared. Looked like he done saw a ghost lately. He must know. He must know stuff coming for him. He must know his head on the chopping block from in the administration, because he be looking scared, right? So anyway, they went to his house and all that. Let's go.
Tech-educated tutor accused of trying to assassinate the president. Tutor accused of trying to more about the Caltech-educated tutor accused of trying to assassinate the president. The suspect's former professor describing him as a brilliant student. Fox 11's Gina Silva is live in Torrance with more reaction. Gina?
Well, Matt, it is a complete shock to many people in this neighborhood, and especially to those who know Cole Allen. They describe him as a very nice man and extremely intelligent. Now they're wondering what went wrong.
Some are for Trump, some are not for Trump, but to expect someone in the neighborhood to do something like try to shoot him is kind of ridiculous.
Residents here on Gramercy Avenue in Torrance are stunned. When the FBI and SWAT arrived in their neighborhood, they had no idea it was for 31-year-old Cole Allen, a quiet guy on the block. A Caltech-educated tutor now accused of opening fire at the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
It kind of blows me away because somehow he got his mind corrupted. And I think some of his family knew that things were going on. I hear they got extra guns in the house.
At first, the Allen family refused to let agents inside, shutting the door in their faces. At one point, they appeared to argue with agents. Eventually, both parents agreed to go with.
So that's the parents. They at the house. Yeah, I think they triggered. There's some MK Ultra. Right? The way he laying on the ground with his face down in that whatever that is. I'm like, someone said the true crime is whoever installed this carpet in the yo, that's hilarious. You know, people in the comment section is just comment section always wins. Somebody said the true crime is whoever put this carpet in this hotel. That's the true crime. Right? But you see how his face is down? He looked like he's still on off mode. You know how they switch you on and they turn you off? It looked like power down. Look like he's on off mode. All right, but anyway, let's continue.
Blows me away because somehow you got.
I know, where'd his shirt go? Right? All of a sudden, but the fun, no, well, not funny, but did y'all see how he, power down. Did y'all see how he ran through the thing? That's a whole nother thing, right? We just can't, like, come on, guys. All right, watch this.
About the Caltech-educated tutor accused of trying to assassinate the president. The suspect's former professor just...
Did y'all see that? You see, and you can see him, if you go back a little, you can see him back
assassinate
here.
the president.
You see him start from back here. He just did a mad 50-yard dash right through. Like, now, the crazy thing, guys, now this part bugs me out. They said he had a handgun, a shotgun. Now, they didn't say a submachine gun, an assault rifle, right? They said he had a handgun, a shotgun, like the Hatfield and the McCoys. I'm like, what kind of shotgun? And they said he had a bunch of knives. Knife? What the? What are you going to do with a knife? He's about to cut the steak at the dinner? He was going to cut the... He got knives, a shotgun, and a handgun, and he ran. He looked like he lowered his head and just ran on through. It's some crazy work, bro. His 40-yard dash was nuts, right? That's what I'm like, bro. This is crazy, bro.
DHS. In New York, CB Cotton, Fox News.
Now we're learning more about the Caltech-educated tutor accused of trying to assassinate the president. The suspect's former professor describing him as a brilliant student. Fox 11's Gina Silva is live in Torrance.
I just
with
wanted
more
to see the dash. Now let's get back forward, right? This is the clip I was supposed to play first and then supposed to go to all the conspiracy, but I did it backwards, but it is what it is, right? We got more to come. All right, so anyway, so now they at the house, right? Now the funny thing, they there in the daytime, so why they wait till the night to go that, right? I guess they plan on raiding. And it looked like his pops at the door like, ain't nobody coming in here. His pops like, ain't nobody coming in here. I'm like, yo, Pops. Pops probably like, do y'all got a warrant? I'm like, Pops, they got the warrant of all warrants. This dude then went all the way to D.C. to try to unalive the president, bro. Pop, you might want to stand down, Pops. This one you ain't gonna win. You might want to stand down, but you know, Pop, like, I need a warrant. I'm like, a warrant, Pop. That boy done got you in a whole heap of mess. You know, a whole heap of mess. All right, let's continue.
Got extra guns in the house.
At first, the Allen family refused to let agents inside, shutting the door in their faces.
Yo, Pop shut the door in his face. You know, that's some old black stuff. You know, so y'all, some of y'all don't know about black people. Some old black stuff. They ain't know who at the door. Somebody close the front door. Close my screen door. Somebody, you know, somebody in the yell from the back. Somebody close my screen door. Close the door. Who there? It's the CIA and they probably said it's the Secret Service. It's ISIS or something at the door. Well, close my door. I don't care who it is. They probably said they're here looking for Junior. You know, come on, Aaron J. They probably say, you know how they be. There's some black stuff, guys. Y'all just get a joke out. They be like, he looking for Junior. Junior ain't here. Close my front door. You know, Mama done said that from the back. I don't care who it is. Yeah, it's cold outside. Come on, Aaron, letting on my, or if it's hot, letting on my good cold air out. You letting on my heat out. It's cold outside. Close my front door. That's a black stuff if I ever. I'm telling you, for real. The Junior ain't here. That's, I don't know where he at. That boy look off anyway. You know, Mama, like, I don't know. Junior had a look in his eyes when he left out of here a couple of days ago. He had a look in his eyes. Right? So Pop like this, y'all looking for my boy? Y'all get away from my door. Pop, I'm like, yo, Pop. If I was next to him, I'm like, yo, Pop, don't do it, Pop. Don't do it. Just let him in, Pop. This is the highest level. This ain't just the po-po. This ain't the po-po, ho. This ain't the po-pos. All right, but let's continue. Let's go back. So Pop told him, Pop closed the door on him. Do you see that? He shut the front door on him. His wife probably said, shut my front door. Right? And you know when they old, they listen to the woman. That'd be a funny thing, right? That's another thing. Pop do everything. Mama said, close my door. Sorry. Yo, Pop gonna close that door. Mama's, you know, it's funny. Sorry, guys. In the old black community, they get so old that the husband start calling the wife mama. I swear, he'd be like, "Mama said close the door." I thought that was your wife. Right? It's just some old black stuff, right? Mama said close the door. All right, so anyway, let me go back. Enough joke. Let's get back. Letting out my good air. Letting all this good air out. All right, let's continue.
In the house.
At first, the Allen family refused to let agents inside, shutting the door in their faces. At one point, they appeared to argue with agents. Eventually, both parents agreed to go.
Look at Pop. He got his pants all the way up on his belly button. See, that's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Come on, Aaron J. That this old black stuff. He got his pants, he got his shirt tucked in his pants, and his pants is all the way up to the bottom of his chest. That's that old stuff. That's the one he like, Mama said, close the door. Mama said he letting her good air out. No, Junior ain't here. Boom. Close the door. They gonna go back. They gotta watch Barnaby Jones. Somebody told the Barnaby Jones or Columbo's what's his name? They on TV. Mama like, listen, my show is on. They probably like, I gotta watch Uncle Yashu is on. He funny. I like that the little niglet Uncle Yashu. I like that little nigger. Anyway, let me go back. Let's continue. I'm sorry. I just have fun. Like Y'all, I was wondering where you was at. I just have fun with this. I know some of y'all be waiting for it too. I know y'all like, I can't wait. Whenever the news come out, y'all might as well go on and subscribe, like, y'all might as well come. Whatever news come out, you might as well come join us. Watching Murder, She Wrote. You might as well come join our live stream because we're gonna get the news. You're gonna get some conspiracy. You're gonna get a lot of stuff, but you're gonna definitely enjoy yourself. All right, praise the Most High. All right, let's get back. Pop slammed the door in their face. They probably knocked again. If you don't open this door, we're gonna bring it down. Mama like, listen, go tell them to be gone. All right. So let me let this play. I got to get past this because this whole black thing is a trip. Black people are a trip. Y'all better know all right? You better know our elders. All right, so let's continue. Well, just because Junior, whatever he was doing, that don't mean they know what he was doing. So the other nations, I know y'all like, well, they probably, no, these kids be doing all type of crazy stuff. They didn't MK Ultra this dude. They didn't use them for his brain. Listen clearly. He didn't went to, Barnaby Jones. Y'all better know what Barnaby, my grandma used to watch Barnaby Jones. My show is on. But anyway, he didn't went to NASA. He didn't went to the JPL. He didn't went to the Aleister Crowley school of MK Ultra and NASA. Do you understand? Like, so them people don't know nothing about that. They don't even know who Aleister Crowley is. I bet guarantee you go knock on their door, say, excuse me, Pop. And Mama, who is Aleister Crowley? They'd be like, Aleister Crowley? I don't know. I know some sauerkraut. They'd be like, I know sauerkraut. Did you say sauerkraut? No, I said Crowley, Mama. Grandma, I said Crowley. Well, they got sauerkraut, and get you some hot dogs and sauerkraut. You can go make your own food. My show is on, right? So that's the part I'm saying. Just because he doing this don't mean these parents know. They don't be knowing. They don't know what the kid's doing. They don't know what he's doing. That boy crazy. That boy that went over there. He's smart too. He engineer and stuff. He done got him in the Aleister Crowley School of Scientology of Jack Parsons for the time travel. They didn't time travel that boy. That boy MK Ultra. There's some boy. Watch. Y'all think I'm playing? I got some clips. Y'all gonna enjoy it tonight. All right. Y'all think the rabbit hole just ain't even started yet. Watch this. All right. Let me go back. Let me let this play. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna let this play.
That things were going on. I hear they got extra guns in the house.
At first, the Allen family refused to let agents inside, shutting the door in their faces. At one point, they appeared to argue with agents. Eventually, both parents agreed to go with the FBI.
Did you see Pop? I'm sorry, I just can't get past this. It looked like Pop said, come on. He got his pants. See, these old men that old man, he'll knock you out too. Don't get to fighting these. This dude got old man strength. That dude tried to stab me on my 25 to Life channel. The one that stabbed me and he had that old man strength. Okay, don't fight this old man. It looked like he said, "Come on." He said, "Come on, bring it." Well, come on and bring it then. You know what I mean? Well, come on up here. They pull their pants up. So, well, come on and bring it then. He looked like, hold on, let me go back just a little bit. He looked like he told them to come on. He said, y'all keep knocking on my door. You want to fight? He looked, hold on, let me go back a little. I might be right. Hold on, well, here you go.
At one point,
Yeah, he did. Look again. You see him? He did like this. Come on. Come on and bring it up here. Come. He told him, step your step up, take one step up the step. Come on. He said, Pop want to fight. Don't mess with that old man. That old man got that old man strength. I'm telling you. He whoop you out. You can't. They get a hold of you. You be like, Pop, let me go. Like you can't get out. It's like a grip. They got like a vice grip. I don't know. They got the grip of death on you. I swear it's a vice grip. You be like, let me go. It's like, I told you, you little young whipper snapper. I done told you. Them old man, boy. I learned when I was young. Don't fight no old man. Leave them old man alone. Then you got yourself in one of them grips. They got that grip, boy. Once they get a hold of you, that's it. You don't let them grab you. That's it. You be all right as long as they grab you. But anyway, let me continue. Sorry, guys. I'm enjoying this, but let's play. Let it play.
Refused to let agents inside, shutting the door in their faces. At one point, they appeared to argue with agents. Eventually, both parents agreed to go with the FBI and left the property. The man they raised, by all accounts,
I'm sorry. One more thing. I got to. Because he did a lot. Did y'all see him lean against the thing? See, this is stuff. I'm sorry. To my other nations and people, this is some black stuff right here. He said, come on, right? Watch this.
Argue with agents. Eventually.
Now, you see that? That's a lean. I can tell y'all what all this means. This is a body language cues. Pop, he got a can of whoop at ASS. I almost said it. He got a can of whoop at the ASS for all three of them. Okay? So he said, come on up here, right? He said, that's right. And then he leaned against the wall. You know what that lean against the wall is? That lean against the wall, that means I ain't even bothered about you. That means, yeah, come on. I'm telling you what that means. That meant he gonna whoop he gonna whoop their butt. He'll whoop all three of them. He leaned against the wall like, you ain't come on in here if you want to. Come on, I got time today. Lean. That's what that's the try me. That's that James Brown lean. Try me. Y'all better know that song. Father, tell me. Oh, that James Brown Try Me is the jam. That's on my playlist. Try me. I'll be playing that old school, boy. He got that James Brown playing in the background. Try me if you want to. You're going to draw back a nub. That's what that is. You come up here, you're going to draw back a nub. Okay? All right, let's continue. So I saw the lean, right? He had the lean. Then what did he do after the lean?
Actually, both parents agreed to go with the FBI.
And then he said, go on about your business. He did the lean, and they ain't want no smoke. And he said, now go on about your business. Ain't y'all gone. Get off my front porch. Get off my step. You understand? Yo, they about to get a real beat down. Pants way up at his chest. That's that stuff. Don't mess with Pop. Don't mess with Pop. Pop got that old man strip. It's all in his demeanor, all in his energy. And his wife know it too. She in the background like, She in the back. She know all that. She know she gonna handle that. She like, go on, handle them and come on back so we can finish Barnaby Jones. Okay, that's what she like. Just go on, handle your business. And come on back here so we finish Barnaby Jones. I got the thing on pause, the remote control on pause. You know what I mean? She gonna go make some more snacks and you come on back. By the time I come from out of that Frigidaire, that's how they talk. By the time I come from out of that Frigidaire, you be on back here. We got Barnaby Jones. The rest of Barnaby Jones was just getting good. All right. And for those who want to look it up, it's Barnaby, Barnaby Jones. Look it up. I'm quite sure it's probably on YouTube. Okay? All right. Now I can let it play because I think I got through with all the Pop. He did a lot. All that was in 5 seconds. So you see how much energy can be expelled? It was, you see how much was said without speaking a word in 5 seconds. It was a whole can of whoop at ASS opened and closed in 5 seconds. All right, let's continue.
At one point, they appeared to argue with agents. Eventually, both parents agreed to go with the FBI and left the property. The man they raised, by all accounts, is brilliant. Cole Allen earned a mechanical engineering degree from Caltech, then a master's in computer science from Cal State Dominguez Hills. Dr. Bing Tang was one of his professors. He issued the following statement. He was a very good student indeed, always sitting in the first row of my class, paying attention and frequently emailing me with coursework questions. Soft-spoken, very polite, a good fellow.
See, he was probably a good dude. Dr. Bing Tang. That reminds me of Pootie Tang. I'm sorry. I'm just real foolish tonight. it is what it is. Y'all just deal with my foolishness tonight, right? Because stuff is just crazy right here. But anyway, so Bing Tang said, now that dude was probably a really nice guy. They got to him, right? For his brain. They didn't diddy him. They didn't got to him. You see, he's probably a nice, soft-spoken. Everybody who spoke said he was really calm, polite, very respectful. He was raised right. They just got to him. So you got to be careful when you sending your kids with your intellect, with that high intellect to these places. You understand? Oh, yeah, they'll get you. They done got them in the MK Ultra program. They done got them in the Aleister Crowley School of Devils. Okay, they done got him. All right, let's continue. And everybody's like, he was such a good guy, such a nice, well-spoken, soft-spoken, polite. Yeah, they done got him.
Frequently emailing me with coursework questions. Soft-spoken, very polite, a good fellow. I am very shocked to see the news.
I still haven't fully wrapped my head around it. And I don't think anyone in our community has.
Dylan Wakayama founded the Asian American Civic Trust in Torrance. He says Allen tutored high school students connected to his nonprofit, some of them just 2 weeks before the shooting.
They described him as they thought he was nice. It didn't seem like they thought there was anything wrong with him. Your student 2 described him as very intelligent. I think her exact words were, he's so smart.
Last December, Allen...
You know why? That's because they flipped that switch. Oh, yeah, we down the rabbit hole. It's going to get better in a second. Watch, it gets... wait, this gets worse. Shout out to Ivan. They flipped the switch on him, right? So he was in his normal function. Everybody like, he was just a nice guy. And, his eyes was probably clear. You know that picture we saw? That's after they done flipped the switch. He like, ain't nobody home, right? Ain't nobody. He was probably home and present then. Nice guy and calm and respectful, right? Teaching everybody. They flipped that switch. You understand? And it's on and popping, okay? And that's real stuff. That ain't no conspiracy theory. That's some real stuff. They flipped the switch on you. All right, let's continue.
So smart.
Last December, Allen's employers, C2 Education, a test prep and college admissions tutoring company, named him Teacher of the Month.
Everything, it's just surprising. You would think he would have...
I don't know, that picture from last month, I think they were starting to flip the switch because they got to get it started early. So that picture was last month. That's when the flip was switched, right? Because in that picture wasn't nobody home in his eyes. They flipped the switch, and he still got Teacher of the Month. It's because he wasn't it wasn't time to go. The go button wasn't pressed. But let's continue.
Teacher of the Month.
Everything, it's just surprising. You would think he would have more sense. You kind of wonder what flipped him out.
See? His neighbor said. He said, it's so surprising. You would think he would have more sense. You're trying to figure out what flipped him out. They flipped the switch. The Jack Parsons School of Aleister Crowley, NASA, flipped the switch on him.
I think he would have more sense. You kind of wonder what flipped him out.
Allen described himself online as, quote, a teacher by birth and a game developer by experience. He did create a game that was selling online for $1.99. Matt?
Wow, Gina. So I was out there last night. It's a very quiet neighborhood. How are neighbors dealing with this news, plus all the media being out there?
Some of them are very annoyed that so many reporters, not just local reporters, but national reporters are here as well and have taken over their neighborhood. But overall, everyone is just shocked that this happened here in Torrance, number one, in their neighborhood. And those who actually know the man say that, it just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, a whole lot of media out there. Thank you, Gina. Well, President Trump is now pushing even harder for the construction of the new White House ballroom after last night's shooting. He took to Truth Social early this morning, saying in part, what happened last night is exactly the reason that our great military, Secret Service, law enforcement, and for different reasons, every president for the last 150 years have been demanding that a large, safe, and secure ballroom be built on the grounds of...
All right, here we go. Conspiracy theory number 999 in this topic tonight. Now you got those, all of a sudden, it's all about this ballroom. Now, on one of our other live streams, we broke down this ballroom, okay, that they want built. It was, the problem was, it's like they didn't go through Congress, right? But we understand, for when we broke down on another live stream, that this ballroom, that they, I think I forgot the number of millions they want to spend on this ballroom. And people like, well, how much does red crushed velvet curtains cost, bro? But what's going on in the ballroom is under the ballroom. It's a whole Palantir Secret Service, a whole espionage, right? It's all under. It's like, so it's things that's under the ballroom. You understand? It's the underground thing. So what could be added into the whole rabbit hole conspiracy theory soup bowl is, one thing that could be deduced is that this could be a perfect setup event to usher in the validated need for the ballroom, because the ballroom's already being constructed, right? For the ballroom thing, to now it's like, because they didn't go through Congress, and you know the Democrats, they doing everything they can to, right, to do whatever. So I'm like, yeah, this would be a nice little setup for that, right? We just deducing little areas of rabbit holes, little holes in the field, okay? Just Abriya, did you say this was a big ballroom fundraiser? Let's just flip the switch on the little dude from Torrance, right? Flip the switch on the little nice school teacher, and he ain't gonna make it past, right? He gonna be on the second floor. They're actually in the basement, just so y'all know. The actual presidential thing was in the basement. He never even made it nowhere near them, okay? So I'm going to show y'all when people are like, well, Trump, he didn't look like he was bothered. Trump couldn't hear it. I'm going to show y'all, right? He ain't made it nowhere near them, okay? He was on the second floor, okay? So it was like really nothing to see here, right? So he did his 100-yard dash. He would have had to make it through all of them, all of the Secret Service, the police, and all that, and then go downstairs to make it through, and then make it. He was nowhere near. All right, gonna be nowhere near. So Abriya said it was just a ballroom fundraiser, right? But anyway, let's get. Yeah, he wasn't pressed at all, at all, right? But let's continue. All right, so this is just the whole. Right? A whole thing like, because a lot of people is like, now all of a sudden it's all about the ballroom, right? So they got a whole thread about the ballroom. And you know, Unc, I got the thread for you. Matter of fact, you want to see it? Here you go. You know, Unc, I come to teach y'all some stuff. I come with receipts, right? Stop share screen, right? We're going to get back to the video. But y'all know, Unc, I got to walk it on down, work it on out. Unc, work it on out. So this right here is the thread, right? And look, where you see in the thread. This is why he needs to build the White House ballroom. This is why we need the ballroom. Thank God he's building a ballroom at the White House. Now you know why the left is suing to block his privately funded ballroom. We need the ballroom. I don't want to hear one more effing criticism of his new ballroom at the White House. Now you know why they don't want him to build the ballroom. Like, you can't make this up, right? Tonight is more reason for the new ballroom. the Democrat judges stopped the construction of the ballroom so to enable the assassination of him, which almost happened tonight, right? If there was a ballroom at the White House, there's none of this could have. If Woody would have, none of this would have happened. If Woody would have been able to build the ballroom, none of this would have happened. The White House ballroom is looking better and better. See, look, y'all know, Unc, right? So I'm like, we just found a rabbit hole, okay? We understand that these politicians, left, right, whatever, they do, they do stuff, okay? So all this is it's all about the ballroom. I'm like, there's a lot of ballroom talk, a lot of ballroom activity. Okay, so let's continue. Share screen. Let's get back to the video clip. Share, right? So they're the ballroom. So right after it happened, here it go. We need the ballroom. All right.
The White House. This event would have never happened with the military top secret ballroom currently under construction at the White House. It cannot be built fast enough. While beautiful, it has every highest level security feature there is. Plus, there are no rooms sitting on top for unsecured people to pour in, and is inside the gates of the most secure building in the world, the White House. A federal appeals court ruled that the president could continue building his $400 million ballroom.
There you go. See, that's a good 400 mil. That's why they like, well, how much is crushed velvet going for these days? 400 mil to build a ballroom? Can't you 400 mil? Can't you build I could build a castle. 400 mil. You know why? Because it's what's under the ballroom. Do you understand? Let me explain something to y'all. A ballroom is just some chandeliers, some crushed velvets, some tiles, right? Some nice, right? You get weddings in the ballroom. You get a nice wedding going in the ballroom for a cool couple of $100,000. You know what I mean? You got a nice ballroom wedding, 400 mil? Okay, now you see, that's why I said, I guess this was a ballroom fundraiser. Let's flip the switch of that little Torrance dude, and this will get our ballroom going. Okay, the construction already here. They just needed to have a reason for the Congress, because he like, man, forget Congress. We building this ballroom. Somebody told you wrong, huh? Washington. They building that. They need that because that's their new center of intelligence. Now, some people are saying it is those people over there, the ones who say they are the tribe of Judah and are not. They saying that's for them. That's their central intelligence, right? But it is what that's another rabbit hole, another tunnel on the rabbit hole. But all right, let's continue. So the ballroom, that's right. They like, listen, we need the ballroom to go. So look at the construction. Hold on.
Building in the world, the White House. A federal appeals court ruled that the president could continue building his $400 million ballroom after a lower court judge blocked above-ground construction on the site for the former East Wing. A hearing is now set for June to review the order to stop the project. The National Trust for Historic Preservation, HSD, has
so the Democrats and them put in the order to stop the construction of the ballroom. So they needed something needed to go down. The ballroom got to be built because they not playing. This got something to do with the wars in Iran. Remember the Western Hemisphere? This is geopolitics, right? They ain't getting in office no matter anyway. Ain't gonna be no more elections after this 2028. Y'all watch what I said. Mark my words. I usually don't I never make predictions, and but I just I don't know. I'm not saying that in stone. But I would not be surprised at all if it don't be, because all they're going to do is issue in the war, and that's going to, I don't know, bro, this 2030, we getting close to the 2030 agenda, bro. So if y'all don't know, somebody told you wrong, but let's continue.
The construction, arguing that the president did not seek approval from Congress.
See, they like, he ain't seek approval. Now, for everybody, this is why he didn't look bothered, right? You see this? So right here, everybody, this dude right here was doing a magic trick, Yeah, he the last Trump. That's the last Trump card. A lot of y'all, somebody that told them wrong. I'm gonna have to bring that out later. Watch. I know. I just be feeling stuff in my spirit. I know, right? Watch. It ain't because where they going. What's they're building. What's coming. Okay, it's right in alignment. So they go sugar booger, right? And then later, I think I got the other clip where she all in his face, right? She won't get out his face. Hold on, let me go to that clip. Hold on. I said, where is it? Did I put it in there? No, I think I cut it out. Oh, there you go. There you go. Is that? Yeah, there she go. Look at sugar booger. Hold on. Let's get
to collect.
The annual Washington.
See? That's what I'm talking. That right there, this clip, hey Villa, this clip right here would have had me in my bathrobe, tube socks, and house in church shoes, looking at my wife on the I'm at the screen. You know how my nose all on the screen. You know how the oil on your nose be showing up. You know, you'd be like, don't touch my TV screen. My nose on the screen. I'm see you. I saw. Look at this. All right, y'all all in each other's face.
Gala with President Trump, the First Lady, and
yeah. She. Who that? Who the sugar bugger, right? You know, Melania, she don't care. They doing their own thing, but yeah, it's definitely something going down over there. And that's why she was the one at his back at the end. Remember, she was the one. I didn't even see Melania. Ain't nobody else was in the picture, but the Secret Service, they was ushering our president, and she had his back. She was right on his tail. Huh. All right? That's a sugar bugger. I feel sorry for her husband, bro. You need to let that go.
And to collect.
The annual Washington Gala with President Trump, the First Lady, and Vice President Vance all attending for the first time in office.
Look at her. She just is happy. You see her. She like, hey, guys, I made it. She like, look at me. Hello, everybody. She right there on his left. Boy, go ahead, girl. You done got you a seat. Now, come on, bro. How did she get that seat right there? How she got that seat? That girl must got that good. Nah, I'm just joking. I apologize. I repent for that. That was the flesh, just joking. All right, let's continue. Shout out to Trump. Go ahead, Trump. All right, let's continue.
With President Trump, the First Lady, and Vice President Vance all.
Now, this dude is doing a David Copperfield trick, just so y'all know, right? So he doing a magic trick. So you have some other conspiracy people trying to work out the theories. They said that he wrote Vivian on the card, and they was like, that might have been a code word. Hello, Washington, right? So they like, he wrote Vivian, and when he put Vivian on the card, he showed it up, and that was the cue for the shooter. Everybody, the shooter ain't nowhere near this. This is the part that's crazy work. The shooter is upstairs. He didn't even make it down to the basement floor. Okay? So he's not, that's not a cue for no shooter to do nothing, because the shooter ain't nowhere near them. All right? So anyway, this part, and then she got up there and said, there's going to be shots fired tonight. The press secretary. So this is a whole conspiracy rabbit hole theory mess. You understand? So this dude is up here doing a magic trick. Okay? I'm guessing he's trying to impress Melania, right? You know, them two, they doing they grown folk thing. They don't really care. Because if it was me, see, this me, I'm sorry. I'm one of those dudes. I would have been like, yo, bro, beat it. Who you sniffing around, right? You all in between me and my wife doing magic trick, boy, trying to impress her. You're going to be eating that card. I'm like, security, security. Get David Copperfield out of, he all, right? So he over there doing a magic trick. Guys, just so y'all know, that's what it was, right? I had the other clip. I dissected the whole thing.
President Trump, the First Lady.
Right? So look.
And Vice President Vance all attending for the first time in office, seated on a dais.
So what he did was, I had the other clip. So as he got their attention, he started talking to these two, because Trump turned from him and went to talk to his Asian sugar booger over here, right? She all happy. Look at me, right? So yeah, make yourself disappear. Y'all, did you say make yourself disappear? That's what you do, David Copperfield, right? So when Trump turned from him, he started talking, like, look, and then he did the card, look, voila, basically, right? But he wrote Vivian on the card, right? So they thought that the Vivian thing some of them was like, that was a sign for the shooter, right? But y'all know, I did the deciphering for y'all, right? For the what's the name? I did the deciphering for y'all. So here you go. Y'all know I got you back. Here we go. Let me double click. So I did the deciphering, right? So the Vivian thing, it wasn't a signal in the shooter. It was this. Here we go. Right? And then I got more video clips. They're going to be dope. This is going to be pretty fun. All right. So y'all hang in there with me. All right. So hold on. Come back to y'all. Right? And then stop share. I'm going to get back to the clip. Share screen. So I'm trying to debunk these as we go. Right? Because I got the receipts. All right. So here we go. So this is that's him. Right? And this was him doing the magic trick. So after Trump told him to be gone, right? He went back to the magic trick. And that's the press secretary and Melania next to him. And he wrote Vivian on the thing, right? And so the Vivian on the thing, it says, old Q law drops Vivian as code for vivid illusion. Not real threat. It's a false flag, wink. All right? So it means Vivian for vivid illusions. It's an illusionist David Copperfield trick. Right? So they was thinking like, yo, he wrote Vivian. Who is Vivian? Is that code word for the shooter to do? Like, bro, the shooter never even made it. The shooter is upstairs, upper floor. All right. So I just wanted to let y'all know I was debunking a lot of the foolishness for us already. All right. So let's continue. Right? Y'all know I do my diligence. Right? So he was doing the magic trick. Trump basically told him, make yourself disappear. He went back to talking to the Asian honey bunny, and then he went in between them two. So he was talking to them two, and they was giving him his attention. He like, voila, Vivian. He pulled a nickel from his nose or something, right? And so anyway, so that was the conspiracy theory that he might have had something to do with it, which he didn't. All right. And then they got Trump in the sugar booker. All right. And then there's a part, let me see if it shows. Oh, it's not in this one. I should have showed it. So there's a part when...
Ballroom just getting underway when at 8:35.
See, there you go. There you go. So I had the other one where I wanted to show it up close. So right here we go.
Seated on a dais in a massive basement ballroom, just getting...
See? So he's doing the trick. So he went from Trump, because Trump like, man, get your beat it. And he went to them two, and he's doing the trick for them. And then while he's doing the trick, that's when Melania heard it first in the clip. Melania looked like, whoa, because she heard gunshots. Then the Asian girl and the press secretary, they heard it second. Trump didn't hear it at all because Trump is a little older. He probably can't hear as clear. So when people are like, he didn't seem bothered, he didn't hear it, guys. When they're saying it can be heard, the person was on the other floor. He wasn't in the thing. So the audience started to hear it. Melania heard it first.
Underway when at 8:35, loud bangs could be heard in the
Let
ballroom.
me see if it's showing.
Secret Service agents...
This ain't the clip. That's all right. I should have showed the other clip, right? I had a bunch of them, right? So you hear that bang, 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 bang. That's playing back. They up in that. It's upstairs with that bang, bang, bang. So if you can see, right? So you hear all that bang, 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 bang. Do you see any people in the audience freaking out? Because they don't even really hear it. By the time someone heard or seen the commotion or heard something, it's upstairs, right? And Trump ain't hear none of it, just so y'all know. It's kind of funny because he's an elder, right? He ain't hear not one bit of it. So people are like, well, Trump ain't hear nothing. He ain't hear it, okay? So look,
When
listen
at
again.
8:35, loud bangs could be heard in the ballroom. Secret...
See, you ain't see nobody in there heard nothing. Okay? All right. So let me go back, right? We did that. All right. So here we go. Now let me show you my proof of what I'm talking about. Y'all know I don't just talk out my butt. I bring receipts. This is the proof what I'm talking about. Copyright disclaimers in effect for educational purposes only. We don't write the video, we're reacting to the video.
The Washington Hilton, where thousands gather for one of the highest profile events in Washington. There are 3 main levels. Investigators say the gunman was already staying at the hotel and was able to get through the lobby level. Investigators say the gunman entered through a terrace-level security checkpoint, the magnetometer screening area, where Secret Service had layered security in place. He ran about 60 feet. That's where shots were fired and where agents intercepted the suspect. Now here's the key.
All right. So he was already had a room in the hotel. He was already set up. He was on the 2nd floor. This is where he did his 40-yard dash, right? He came walking from here, right? Came from his room, la, 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 nothing to see here, right? His switch is already flipped. He got here and he did the 40-yard dash. He made it about to here. Shots fired. He shot one of the people. I don't know if they shot him. I don't know how they took him down. He don't look like he was shot. And he was taken down. He was up here, guys. Trump and them are down here. This is the ballroom down here. It's on another floor. So that was up here with all the people and noise. They didn't even hear that. The fainting, whatever you heard that they made amplify. That's why by the time the audience heard it, and Melania and all of them, that was kind of like the last shots. And those are the shots from the probably the Secret Service and them, right? So again, so people are like, well, Trump wasn't scared with the shot. He hear none of it. He didn't hear it. Let's continue.
Ballroom where the president, cabinet, and media were seated, fired, and were the magnetometer. There are 3 main levels. Investigators say the gunman was already staying at the hotel and was able to get through the lobby level. Investigators say the gunman entered through a terrace-level security checkpoint, the magnetometer screening area, where Secret Service had layered security in place. He ran about 60 feet. That's where shots were fired and where agents intercepted the suspect. Now here's the key. The ballroom where the president, cabinet, and media were seated is deeper inside the hotel. At one point, officials say the incident went down roughly 50 yards away, about half a football field from that room, but he never made it inside. Secret Service agents quickly moved the president out.
And that's my point, Kelly. They making everybody think like he was there. Look, he would have had to make it past them, go all the way down the stairs, right? Then, you know, they had, if they had this level of security on the 2nd floor, you can only imagine the amount of security that was guarding the entrance to the actual ballroom. He'd had to go down the stairs, then get past that security to go through the ballroom doors to make it inside. But they made it seem like, right? That's why I tend to break this stuff down. I'm going to always do that, right? And then the rabbit holes. So the rabbit hole is about to get crazier in a second, right? It ain't over. It's just, but wait, it gets worse. All right, let's continue. All right.
Football field from the incident went down roughly 50 yards away, about half a football field from that room, but he never made it inside. Secret Service agents quickly moved the president out while others moved toward the threat. And that layered security from hotel entry points to the ballroom perimeter is likely what prevented a much worse outcome.
Begin with the attack outside the White House Correspondents Dinner. Tonight, CNN has obtained a photo of the suspected gunman after his arrest. Cole Tomas Allen is accused of targeting Trump administration officials. Authorities say he was armed with a handgun, shotgun.
Look at him. He looked crazy McNazy. That boy looked like ain't nobody home. Like they've been gone for weeks. That switch is definitely flipped. He looked straight unhinged. And why do they got him looking like he got a halter top on? Why they got him in a halter thing? What those things? I remember in the 70s, the girls used to wear those little shirts. They used to pull it up. We used to run and snatch it down. We bad kids. But anyway, he looked like he got on a halter top. But let's continue.
And multiple knives. He's set to.
Hold on, let me go back a little. He like ain't nobody home.
Knives. He's armed with a administration officials. Authorities.
Yeah, tube top. That's what it was called. The tube tops. Remember the tube tops? We used to snatch those things down when we was little. Yeah, we was bad kids.
Accused of targeting Trump administration officials. Authorities say he was armed.
He used to beat on you. Bad kid stuff. All right, let me continue.
Tomas Allen is accused of targeting Trump administration officials. Authorities say he was armed with a handgun, shotgun, and multiple knives. He's set.
So he had a handgun, a shotgun, and multiple knives. That boy crazy. That boy out to lunch. Why do you got multiple knives? I guess he was, like I said, he's gonna cut their steak. He was gonna chop up the. Excuse me, Trump. You need your steak chopped up. This boy got a shotgun. Who are you going with a shotgun? He ain't have no assault rifle. He had a shotgun, like he going to war with the Hatfield and McCoys, a handgun, and multiple knives. He gonna skin a coon or something. Boy, that boy out to lunch, boy. All right, but let's continue. Let's continue.
He was armed with a handgun, shotgun, and multiple knives. He's set to be arraigned tomorrow.
NBC News' Garrett Hawk was inside that ballroom when the incident unfolded. He has more from Washington.
Tonight,
What kind of news was that? What the devil? I just seen a chocolate sister. What kind of? That's what I'm talking about. Let's go, America. We need more chocolate sisters on the news. And she got lots. Go ahead, sister. The chocolate sister. I'm like, what? Boy, you go to these other countries, you never see nobody chocolate. Go take your butt to these any countries. You go to Asia, you go to Puerto Rico, anywhere. Everybody, all these countries, they put all the white people on TV. You know, no matter what. I'm like, they got a chocolate sister on the TV. Go ahead, with locks and everything. That's what I'm talking about. Give me a little chocolate in my milk. Come on, man. I'm like, what in the chocolate tea? And the chocolate brother too. What kind of chocolate news am I watching? I'm like, is the chocolate coming back? Right? I'm like, shout out to the chocolate brothers and sisters. Okay, but anyway, I'm like, wow. What kind of news is this? I think he said it was real news. I'm like, what news? Did I get Leroy News Channel or something? You know, some of the races, they probably like, what kind of Leroy News is we watching? Oh, because they in D.C., that's what it is. They got chocolate sisters on TV in D.C. All right, but anyway, let me continue.
Set to be arraigned tomorrow.
NBC News' Garrett Hawk was inside that ballroom when the incident unfolded.
I can't get over that, girl. Just chocolate with the locks. Go ahead, girl. That's what I'm talking about. And she covered too. She ain't got a tube top on. You go ahead, girl. All right, let's continue. Let me get to the news.
He has more from Washington.
Tonight, dramatic new video captures the moment Secret Service officers wrestled the alleged White House Correspondents Dinner gunman to the ground. 31-year-old Cole Tomas Allen tackled and arrested.
I'm so sorry. I had a delayed laugh. A lot of y'all at the Leroy News Channel. Like when I watch this back, that'll make me bust out laughing. That's one of the things that'll make me spit out the juice. Right? Because stuff just be coming to my head. Like, did I just say the Leroy News Channel? He said, what am I watching? You know, no racist. They be like, Becky Sue, what did you turn on, Leroy News? I was like, Chloe. I was like, did you just say Leroy News, boy? Ain't nobody trying to watch no Leroy News. All right, let me get back to. Let me stay focused, son. Stay focused. All right, let's go. Let me get serious.
The ground. 31 alleged White House Correspondents Secret. Tonight, dramatic.
NBC News' Garrett Hawk was inside that ballroom when the incident unfolded. He has more from Washington.
Tonight, dramatic new video captures the moment Secret Service officers wrestled the alleged White House Correspondents Dinner gunman to the ground. 31-year-old Cole Tomas Allen tackled and arrested after authorities say he charged through a security checkpoint, armed with a...
Yo, that 40-yard dash is just hilarious. Did they take that boy clothes off? What in the Diddy Epstein is they doing? They done took that boy clothes off. Yeah, you have to take his clothes off.
Tackled and arrested after authorities say he charged.
Look, there we go. He running from way back there. I'm like, y'all didn't see this fool running from... See, I'm black. My head be on swivel. I would have saw him way back there coming up. He got a shotgun, a handgun, and a bunch of knives. I would have saw him way up the thing, up there. I'm like, who is this idiot juice coming up? I'm like, somebody coming up here with a Hatfield and McCoy shotgun. Security. This fool looking crazy in the eyes, right? The curly head dude, the light skinned dude looking crazy. I'd have seen him when he walked on the floor. But anyway, hold on. His yard dash looked crazy, but let me
After
continue.
Authorities say he charged through a security checkpoint.
You see how far he was running? Oh, I'm sorry. I just can't. But let me go back. It's last time, guys. I'm not going to stop it.
Thomas Allen tackled and arrested after authorities say he charged through a security checkpoint, armed with a shotgun, a pistol, and multiple knives. And according to what a senior administration official says are Cole's own writings, with a desire to kill the president and other administration.
What, they got aluminum foil trapped around his waist? Did they wrap him up like a bagel or something? What, did they strip that boy naked and put aluminum foil around him? They like, you cooked. They like, boy, you cooked.
With a desire to kill the president and other lives. And according to what a senior administrator authorities say, he charged through a security checkpoint, armed with a shotgun, a pistol, and multiple knives. And according to what a senior administration official says are Cole's own writings, with a desire to kill the president and other administration officials. A federal investigation in full swing tonight, from the Washington Hilton crime scene to the suspect's home in California.
We don't believe anybody else was involved, but again, we have a lot of work left to do and a lot of evidence left to investigate.
Wrap that boy like a baked potato, boy. I'm trying to tell you, they wrapped that boy like a baked potato. I was like, why they got that boy like a baked potato? You know, that's what his mom and daddy, you know, his mama probably home. They got my baby wrapped up like a baked potato. Why is my baby on the ground wrapped up like a baked potato? What they about to do to my baby?
To go through and to collect.
The annual Washington Gala, with President Trump, the First Lady, and Vice President Vance all attending for the first time in office, seated on a dais in a massive basement ballroom. Just
look at Trump with his sugar booger. Boy, Trump, go ahead, Trump. Go ahead, boy. Go ahead. I don't think, boys, go look at Trump. Look, he leaned way over. Yeah. Y'all see him? I told you. Watch what I tell you. Watch this. I told you I'm not, y'all think I'm playing. See, right here, he's trying to get Trump attention with his magic trick and his wife. Trump told him, and she over there like, look at me, everybody, right? Look at me being a horse. Like, sorry, I'll repent for that. Let me just take that back, right? But whoredom is what whoredom is. You probably married to somebody. You should not be flirting with that man. The Bible calls it whore. I'm calling it whore. That's what it is. But anyway, she over there, look at me. Now, he trying to do the magic trick, trying to impress Melania and stuff. Trump probably like, bro, stop sniffing your little, keep these dogs away from your piece, guys, right? Sisters too, get them away, right? Shoo fly. Now, Trump must have told him, man, beat it. Soon as he went over to these two and Trump went right back to her. Watch what I show you. Watch this clip right here.
Seated on a dais.
Look, he's over there between them two, and look where Trump leaned at, right? Trump right over with his Asian persuasion, sugar booger. All right, let's continue.
In a massive basement ballroom, just getting underway when at 8:35, loud bangs could be heard in the ballroom. Secret Service agents suddenly swarmed the stage. The vice president pulled to his feet and out of sight. The president and first lady enveloped by agents and hustled to safety.
Now that was something else I just saw. Did y'all see? Vance ain't nothing but a punk. Look at this. What's this?
The vice president pulled to his feet and out of sight.
Now, they didn't grab Vance up, right? Now, look, Trump is still over there sitting, probably talking to his sugar booger. He ain't even hear the shots and all that, right? They didn't snatch Vance up. Vance practically done knocked this girl down. Look at the woman that he ain't even helped the woman. What happened to what happened to chivalry? I guess chivalry is all dead. He just like practically knocked her on the floor. Like he like, listen, chick. Right? Watch this.
Agents suddenly swarmed the stage. The vice president pulled to his feet and out of sight.
Look.
The president and first lady.
She looked, who is that? Who that? I don't know. Who that sitting next to him? He didn't even care about her. I'm like, listen, bro, let's grab the lady. Help the lady up too. What you're just gonna lead a sister? They don't even be caring, bro. They don't care. All right, yes, every man for themselves. He practically knocked her over.
Swarmed the stage. The vice president pulled to his feet and out of sight. The president and first lady enveloped by agents and hustled to safety. The president
all right. So guess who else was there? Yeah, this crazy work. So, right? So that, the conspiracy theorist is like, you know what I mean? I still think he need to watch Vance. Trump, you need to watch Vance. I don't know, boy. That's a side play going on. But guess who else was there, guys? Oh, I got you. Watch this. Stop share. I don't know where. that somebody need to, why is this woman everywhere? Why she always with some mess going on? Watch this. Share screen, right? Y'all know I got you. Oh, I gotta pull it into hold on, I gotta pull it into my browser. Give me 1 second. It should still be open. WinX. There you go. Let me pull it into the browser. I gotta pull it in. All right, that's what I forgot. Here you go. Guess who else is there? Here we go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to the video. We're reacting to the video. Guess who else is there? Trump better watch his back. Watch your back, Trump. I don't know. That Vance dude. Look who else is there. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. Look who else there. Everybody. And crying as usual. Tears again. Okay? Like, why is she all over the place? Look, just the ugly face, right? The fake tears that the ones that no tear, no water ever drips, right? Or somebody give her the tissue so she can dab, okay? Or storm herself, okay? That's why I'm like, I'm like, look. Oh, just this crying. I don't see nobody else crying. Why you crying? What you crying for? Ain't nobody else crying. Ain't no tear. Look at the face. Yeah, boy. This was the clip. I said, oh, I forgot my other clip. Look. Boy, somebody go get her several seats. Okay? See? Look. She got a whole security detail. Now, why is she important now? How she get security detail? Right? You don't see Trump crying. I don't see Melania crying. I ain't see his Asian persuasion, his sugar booger. She ain't crying. You see, what's his name? The vice president. He practically knocked over the other sister, and she the only one out of all the 1,000 people in attendance. She walk out there with the ugly face. You know what she doing, right? She like, this is bringing back memories of what happened. This is bringing back, That's that. Come on, bro. I'm sorry. Okay, where's Drewski at when you need him? Okay, Drewski gonna have a ball with this one, right? That's what she's doing. Oh, the memories of when, it just brought back. Oh, I still don't see one tear. Do y'all see a tear? Look, everybody. Because she got on makeup. The makeup would drip. You would see a black line of mascara. Let me explain. Come on, sisters. Y'all know. Come on. Truth to power. You would see a black line of mascara dripped if there was any tears. Miss me. Yeah, the rabbit hole. Okay, tonight's lesson, Trump's assassination attempt, rabbit holes, rumors, theories, and Epstein, and I should have said her mess too. Okay? That part. I don't trust Trump. You better watch Vance and this one. It's Vance and his sugar booger. Somebody told y'all wrong. You better watch Vance and his crybaby sugar booger. His fake crying sugar booger. She said looking constipated. That's all that is. That ain't nothing but constipating. That ain't nothing but preparation H. What they do for constipation? What's the pink stuff? Pepto-Bismol. Girl, it ain't nothing but Pepto-Bismol. Miss me with the Donna Briggs. Girl, bye. Ain't nothing but Ultra Perm. You think you with your Pepto-Bismol face. Girl, bye. All right, back to the news. Back to today's news event. Welcome to the House of the Most High. This is our news event today. For today's topic is the day's news. Whenever there's a major news event, y'all come on back. It's going to always be fun, right? I got a thing with this news thing. It's gonna always be fun. Okay? So look, so Vance then knocked over this chick. That's why I'm like, who this chick? I hope that ain't his wife. No, his wife got dark hair. Why they got all these other women? Who? I swear, guys, I'm not playing. That's why I'm not the one to be married to nobody in I said Pepto, small world, corporate America. Corporate America is Pepto-Bismol. That's what it is. The Bible says the business is the home. It's up to the man to actually provide, literally, right? And the woman, you could provide a business. No, man, I'm sorry, no disrespect for those. Hopefully the sisters that's working in corporate America around all these men and bosses and supervisors and all this stuff, y'all covered in scripture and righteousness, because I'm not swallowing that pill. I always like, listen, we're going to run our own business, because I'm not about to be at home in my bathrobe and high top white tube socks with church shoes on, because you sitting at this table and I'm like, who is this blonde girl next to you? And y'all over there sipping and kikiing and doing all this stuff. I'm over there I'm over there at the crazy dude at the ballroom. They have me on the ground wrapped in aluminum foil looking like a pierogi. They have me looking like a baked potato wrapped. They be like, is that Unc? I see locks all on the ground and Unc wrapped in aluminum foil. I'm like, that's right. And I'll be telling the truth. It's you. That's her. That's my sugar punker. Stay away from my sugar punker. That's why righteousness cover you, bro. People go crazy. Marriage will drive you nuts, bro. Right? So anyway, who she at? Who is she anyway? Why are you sitting with him? But anyway, he just practically knocked her over. Let's continue.
Agents suddenly swarmed the
Yeah,
stage.
move, bitch. Get out of the way.
The vice president pulled to his feet and out of sight. The president and first lady enveloped by agents and hustled to safety.
They said the presidents and first lady. I don't see no first lady. I see the first sugar booger, right? That's at the Look, show me where you see a first lady. Watch
Pulled
this.
to his feet and out of sight. The president and first lady enveloped by.
That was the sugar booger just went down to the table. You see her go down? That was the sugar booger. Look, that's her right there. I don't see no president, no first lady. I see the president and the sugar booger.
The vice president pulled to his feet and out of sight. The president and first lady.
You see how she went down? She went down. Yo, she need the promotion, the sugar booger. I'll be like, yeah, she need the security. I'll strap her up. Give her a detail. Right? She on it. This sugar booger ain't playing.
Enveloped by agents and hustled to safety. The president tonight on 60 Minutes.
And I started walking with him. I started walking, and they said, please go down on the floor. So I went down, and First Lady went down also.
You see President Trump? I was like, President Trump, I don't see the First Lady. I see you went down and the sugar booger went down, right? Trump, he tripped, right? When he watch it back, he gonna realize she had my back. My sugar booger, go ahead, girl. She had my back. All right, let's continue.
On 60 Minutes.
And I started walking with him. I started walking, and they said, please go down on the floor. So I went down, and First Lady went down also.
Across the ballroom, mass confusion as attendees ducked under tables and more law enforcement officers rushed in. Top officials, including the Health and Defense Secretaries and House Speaker Mike Johnson, all pulled from the room by their protective details. All of it captured on phone cameras as a ballroom packed with reporters began covering the story developing around them.
It's still unclear what happened. There are reports that there may be somebody down outside.
I think at this point, it's clear that the president has been evacuated from the ballroom, but not necessarily from the property at large.
From a secure location inside the hotel, the president posting at 9:17, quote, quite an evening in D.C., then at 9:36 that he and his cabinet were unharmed, and at the request of law enforcement, headed back to the White House.
All right, let's get to the conspiracy theory. Enough of that. Enough of this. Then they back at the White House. All right, hold on. What's this? Who this? What's this part?
Assassination attempts as a candidate addressing the gravity of the moment. The presence of so many top government officials under one roof drawing scrutiny today.
I think the Secret Service needs to reconsider
having both the president and vice president together, like it's something like that, you know. Chuck Grassley would be the president.
That's his name. Everybody, Hayazak, Laria Hakyama. Can y'all Google who that is? Chuck Grassley? What you say his name was? Hold on.
Had they all been taken out?
We need to know that. America, we need to know who this person is.
Together, like it's something like that, you know. Chuck Grassley would be the president.
Who is Chuck Grassley? Chuck Grassley. Grassley? Who that? Y'all Google Chuck. How you spell his first name? Let me Google him. Chuck Grassley. We need to know who that is. He talking about that? If somebody would have killed both of them, that would have been our president? Oh, I think that's somebody we need to know, right? That's what the Bible says. My people destroyed for a lack of knowledge. Let me Google Chuck Grassley. Even though I spell it wrong, it'll probably come up. Chuck. That's hilarious. Chuck. Chuck. Let me share this tab so y'all can see. Chuck. I put Chuck. Grassley. There you go, Chuck. It's Chuck Grassley. Who is Chuck Grassley? Let me click him. Chuck look old as crap. Chuck, who is Chuck? He said, my name Chuck. I don't give a. He is the Senator Chuck Grassley. He plants corn, but he teaches his grandchildren. Hold on, let me go to the images. Oh, he look mean right there. Secretary of the Senate. Grassley works for Iowa. Yeah, I need to find out who this dude is. This gonna be our president if they died. Ain't nobody vote for Chuck Grassley. Dude. Boy, we need to keep Trump alive. You know how they say keep hope alive? Yeah. I know a lot of y'all don't. I know a lot of people don't like Trump. I don't give a crap about none of these politicians. I'm on the side of righteousness, right? Oh, Shooky. Is that her? I know I'm not tripping. We got him. It's all, we in hell now. It's all been exposed. Here you go. She all over the place. See, y'all think I be playing. She all over the place. The storm is brewing. It is a coming. He right there. I told you, Vance. I told you, watch out. She trying to, they gonna be like Erica for president. Oh my goodness, the devil's a lie. Oh my goodness, it just, boy, I'm glad we did that live. Y'all wouldn't have believed it if we didn't do it live. That was live. This devil is everywhere. They just said that would have been the president if both of them would have been on the live. And the first thing we see is a picture of her with him. Oh my goodness, you can't get the boy. All right, let's continue, boy. She all over the place. You see his face? He looked all serious too. He looked like that is not something good. Why she say?
Are you sharing screen?
Oh, so what was I sharing?
The photo of them too.
Oh, I didn't know. I thought I had already switched back. Thank you. All right. I thought I had already switched back. Here we go.
President and vice president together.
Roof drawing scrutiny today.
I think the Secret Service needs to reconsider having both the president and vice president together, like it's something like that, you know. Chuck Grassley would be the president had they all been taken out.
You see his face? His face said it all. And he know Erica the Schmerica is right there with Chuck and his I don't know, whatever she's doing with all these boys, the boys in the yard. What's that song? My milkshake bring all the boys to me. I don't don't know her milk shake bringing all the boys to the yard, all these old boys, these little old wee-wees, right? But it is what it is. All right, but anyway, let's continue. Let's go down the rabbit. Now, let's get to the rabbitization. I know y'all like, but that was all the rabbit. Oh, no. We just getting started. Copyright disclaimers in effect. Let the rabbit hole begin. Now, I done broke down all the rabbit holes. Now, watch some of the white brothers, or the white brothers and sisters, they be on it, right? When it come to conspiracy theory, they be on it. Shout out to the white brothers and sisters in America, the truthers, right? Shout out to the truthers. They be on it. I be on it too. And they just, right? I find a lot of stuff because they be on it, right? So let's go. Copyright disclaimers in effect. We don't write rights to the video. We're reacting to the video. Let's go. Let's get down the rabbit trail. Peter Cottontail down the rabbit trail. Hold on. Stop. How do I share this tab instead? Right? How do I make it smaller? It's too big. There we go. Now I'll make it bigger. There we go. Copyright disclaimers in effect. Down the rabbit trail. Let go.
But this is really, really weird. I'm going to show you something that you've probably already seen and then break it down a little bit further and tie it into something that I've talked about biblically. We all are aware of what took place tonight, that there was another attempt on the president. And I'll be the first one to tell you, don't do that, because it's in accordance with God's divine will. So don't do that. But check this out.
This speech tonight will be classic Donald J. Trump. It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some shots fired tonight in the room.
So Caroline Leavitt literally says,
all right, so here go the conspiracy theory. Shout out to LaTanya, right? Now, she says that's a press sec. That's the one who they was doing the magic trick in front of, right? Her and Melania, when Trump told him beat it, and he went back to his sugar booger, right? She said they're going to be shots fired, right? Y'all know they all, that's why, no disrespect, but the other people who really hate on Black Americans and say we have no culture and we have nothing and we was kings, you know how they all be, especially the people from other countries that hate on Black Americans and say we don't got no culture, when the whole world, right? You hear her talking about shots fired, right? Right? Our culture, the whole world speaks, wears, eats, drinks, like everything of our culture. And we created a culture here. Yeah, we did. I couldn't care. So what? They took us and took our history and culture of 400 some years ago. We created a culture and the whole world follows it. Do you hear me? This is the the Secretary of the United States or whatever, talking about shots fired and all that. You understand? You bet somebody have told y'all wrong, right? Stop hating, right? We're not haters for most of us. I ain't just talking about general. I'm talking about a general, not specifics. For most of us, we're not haters. We're actually congratulators. We'll rock with you. We'll give you credit, right? Like when they told us Jesus was that white dude, we was rocking out with Jesus, right? Then all of a sudden, it comes out that he wasn't a white dude. Now everybody want to get mad. It don't matter what color he is. Oh, now it don't matter? It mattered for all those years. Come on, bro. So don't be haters, man. We don't like haters, okay? We don't like it. Give credit to what credit is due. The whole world follows our inventions, our cultures, everything we do, good or bad. Understand? Good or bad. Not just the good. You got these little kids running around with their pants hanging down all over the world. That ain't good culture. You got the sisters in all these countries walking around with big dumb eyelashes, acting like hoes all around the world. That's because that's part of our culture too. The bad part, completion, kalalaya. All right. So stop hating. Get the hate out your heart. You understand? That's all just hate. We congratulate every other country and y'all accomplishments and everything that y'all brought to the world stage. Don't try to take ours. We had enough taken from ourselves. You heard? We see it every day, all over the news, all over commercials. Everywhere we go, all we hear is Black American culture she talking about shots fired. Now, she trying to be with the rhythm. They messed around and got herself caught up in people's conspiracy theory. Yeah, don't hate, congratulate. Now they over there like, she said shots fired. She didn't mean, she was just trying to be like, Trump is about to do his speech and he about to bring it. She like, shots about to be fired. Shout out to Yaleen. Thank you, Yaleen, for the donation, daughter of Yah. Thank you so much. Right? So she's not in no conspiracy. She's like, listen, Trump about to do a speech and he about to call out people and shots about to be fired. Later, she didn't know that they already the MKO. They got the Aleister Crowley, Jack Parsons, NASA, ISIS Ra Ellie. Somebody better tell y'all. Somebody better tell y'all. They got that plan book already in effect, and she ain't even know about it. I'm like, foolish girl, sitting up there trying to get your blackity black on, talking about shots fired. She been and got herself investigated, right? So I went down the conspiracy hole. I'm like, yeah, that's hilarious. There's so many conspiracy rabbit holes in this. Right? It's about to get crazier too. Wait, watch. Y'all know, Unc. It's about to even get crazier. It's just getting started. Watch this. So she over there, look at her. Shots fired. She thinks she doing something. You got yourself caught up. CIA be at your front door trying to be cool. Right? You know they be having Leroy on the side too. You know they be having that side dark chocolate, that chocolate wee-wee on the side. You know they do, right? Especially when they start be doing all that shots fired. Like, girl, I know you've been dipping in Krayshawn's Kool-Aid. You got that Krayshawn chocolate stick. Don't lie. But anyway, let's continue. Sorry, guys. Let me stay focused. Let's get back. Conspiracy theories. The Trump assassination, the rabbit hole, conspiracy theories, rumors, and all of it. Let's go.
This out.
This speech tonight will be classic Donald J. Trump. It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some shots fired tonight in the room.
So Caroline Leavitt literally says that during Donald Trump's speech will be fired, which in itself is interesting. But check this out.
Quickly tell you, I was sitting next to Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary's husband. He was seated right next to me, and then he kind of leaned over and said, I watched you on TV, you do a great job. You need to be very safe. And he was just very serious when he said that to me. And he kind of looked around the room and he said, there are some...
They cut her phone off. They stopped her from talking live on air. And this is the person who allegedly...
Woo! These conspiracy theories are just like, woo! So her husband told somebody else, you better be safe. You need to be in the video cut off. Woo! I like rabbit holes, right? Rabbit holes are good stuff, bro. They fun, right? Because righteous, I don't care what these fools do. Prophecy is playing out, right? So we can just laugh and enjoy ourselves and watch it. Sit back, eat your popcorn, and watch it play out, right? Get righteous, everybody, children of the Most High from every nation, kindred, and tongue. Get righteous. All right, that's what protect you. But let's go back. Okay, so
live on air. And this is the person.
Yeah, everybody husband speaking to other people, right? Everybody talking to everybody else, right? I know that's what corporate America is too. Ain't nothing but a and what they call that thing ain't nothing but an entanglement. That whole thing, entanglement.
Person who allegedly did this. Now what's absolutely wild, what's absolutely wild that this random account, now what's absolutely wildly, and this is the person who alleged they stopped her from talking. They cut her phone off.
Kind of leaned over and said, I watched you on TV, you do a great job. You need to be very safe. And he was just very serious when he said that to me. And he kind of looked around the room and he said, there are some...
They cut her phone off. They stopped her from talking live on air. And this is the person who allegedly did this. Now what's absolutely wild, that this random account, Henry Martinez, joined X on December 2023 and tweeted out one name, Cole, on December 21st, 2023. I took this screenshot myself and leave it to Trump to close it out and say, let the show go on. But we're not done, because my good friend Voice, who I'll tag in the description, pointed this out. Because there's a motive.
And I will say, it's not a particularly secure building. I didn't want to say this, but this is why we have to have all of the attributes.
Hi, Zach, I showed you who Henry Martinez was. He's a NASA engineer. He wrote the article. He the one who got that little boy. I did it at the beginning. That's why I did it. When you go back, you're going to have to watch it back again and go back. I put the article up who he's a NASA engineer under that program. And that Cole was a part of the program. And he the one who quote, right? So he's probably some old Aleister Crowley, But anyway, let's continue.
Attributes of what we're planning at the White House, attributes of what we're, all of the attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually a larger room and it's much more secure. It's drone proof, it's bulletproof glass. We need the ballroom. That's why Secret Service, that's why the military are demanding it.
The White House East Wing Ballroom project, where Donald Trump fired the McCreary architects and replaced them with Shalom Baroness Associates. This ballroom, the one that has the blueprint that looks exactly like Solomon's temple. And what does Shalom Baroness Associates have experience with? Doing multiple synagogue renovations, renovating temples.
Let the conspiracy nuts fly. Let the rabbit hole. I told y'all know, y'all know I'm going to find y'all the tea. You know I'm going to find you the tea. I'm always going to find you the tea, okay? So, all right, that's why I did this. So I was supposed to play how I was supposed to do. I was supposed to play that first clip of the ballroom stuff. Then I was supposed to break down the stuff I showed y'all at the beginning and then come to this clip, all right? Let's go.
You're demanding it.
The ballroom.
The White House East Wing Ballroom project, where Donald Trump fired the McCreary architects and replaced them with Shalom Baroness Associates. This ballroom, the one that has the blueprint that looks exactly like Solomon's temple. And what does Shalom Baroness Associates have experience with? Doing multiple synagogue renovations, renovating temples. And you remember America Reads the Bible 2026, a historic call to return to God's word that literally finished today, where Donald Trump read the Bible. And he specifically read 2 Chronicles chapter 7, verses 11 through 22. So what does 2 Chronicles chapter 7 deal with? The dedication of the temple, where the Lord appears to Solomon after Solomon finished building the temple, and the Lord gave him a vision, saying, when I shut up the heavens so that there is no rain, or command the locusts to devour the land, or send plagues among my people, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face.
Now, first of all, y'all know, well, some know that's my scripture. If my people who are called by my name. Now, first of all, this is the history book of the children of the Most High from every nation, kindred, and tongue of people, right? Was our history book, but it's our book for all of us. Now, listen clearly. The Bible says, if my people who are called by my name, everybody listen clearly. What name are you called by? If I showed you how important it is to know the Most High's name and come in his name, that's why everybody who find this ministry, you see, we all come in what? The Most High's name. If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves, pray, seek my faith. You understand? Now, they could try to take our scripture and make whatever, but anyway, let's get back to the temple, the ballroom. Everybody listen clearly. The ballroom. Now, here we go. I told you it is what's underground. It is what they're building there. Do you understand? This is why it's so important. And as he break, that's the truth seekers, bro. The child, when the white brothers and sisters getting it'd be mostly brothers, man. I don't know. I guess I'm gonna just say the white brothers. I never really seen no sisters do like that, brother. The white brothers be on some truth seeking, bro. They be like, bro, but they'll find out. They find the needle under, they find a little crack in the rug. You know that? Y'all don't even know what that means. When the crackheads in the 80s, they used to get high and they drop crack in a rug, a shaggy rug. They be on the ground looking. They be on the ground looking, and they'll find a little crack crumble on a big rug in the middle, like a needle in a haystack. But anyway. So this crazy conspiracy, this some crazy rabbit hole right here. All right, let's continue. I know y'all like, it can't get worse. Yeah, but wait, it gets worse. Let's go.
Chapter 7, verses 11 through 22. So what does 2 Chronicles chapter 7 deal with? The dedication of the temple, where the Lord appears to Solomon after Solomon finished building the temple, and the Lord gave him a vision, saying, when I shut up the heavens so that there is no rain, or command the locusts to devour the land, or send plagues among my people, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and I will forgive their sins. This is what Donald Trump read. And so is this a play to get the third temple built? I don't know. We'll see. But as Trump said, let the show go on. God bless you and Godspeed. I'll see you next time.
All right, let's continue. Down the rabbit hole we go. It ain't over. Tonight, Trump assassination attempt. They ain't even let us get through 100 tonight, Hakyama. They shadow banned the mess out of this. I thought they would leave us alone. They don't. They know. They probably seen the title. I'm about to expose some serious mess. Shadow ban is on. All right. Now, it says Trump assassination attempt, rabbit holes, rumors, theories, and Epstein truth exposed. Copyright disclaimers on effect. We don't own rights to the video. Let's continue down the rabbit hole. Let go. Down the hole we go.
Hi guys, we are officially now in a timeline war. I deal a lot with probabilities. In my master's thesis, I proved Nobel laureate Harry Markowitz wrong, that he used the wrong variable in his capital asset pricing model. That's all about correlations. My master's degree, I graduated in empirical science, so I'm very familiar with probabilities and coincidences. So because it sounds so crazy, I just want to say that up front, and my German viewers know that I have a very scientific approach to everything, because a lot of the things I will say now sound crazy at first glance. I speculated David Wilcock was murdered to change the timeline. I did that video before all that happens. I will explain that in more detail later, but I said that even if he pulled the trigger himself, he could have been.
All right, let me explain what's happening. That's why I showed y'all some of the conspiracy up at the beginning. He's talking about David Wilcox. You're going to hear from him in the video in a second, right? They unalived him and the others years ago. They was exposing the time machine. Okay, all right? So now we're going back to when I showed y'all the exposing of the time machine, right? And that person's channel thing. What do you call it? That let me see, this one, right? Hold on, is it this? Yeah. So the time machine thing with the Henry Martinez, right? And when I showed you the Epstein files, talking about Epstein and them talking about the time machine and all of that type of stuff, right? How it's tying in to the NASA engineer, and there you go, right? Let's go. Watch this. Stop share. It's about to get good. It's about to get good. Stop share. And then I got something crazy I'm going to break down when we close out, right? So I'm gonna go to window, bang, bang. All right, now I can come back. So this is where I was talking about Hayazak. This dude, that's the Henry Martinez. Now I know what you're saying. Is he a real person? Yes, but that doesn't mean that's his name, right? You understand? You know they make these shadow figures and stuff, right? But yes, he was a NASA aerospace engineer, and he had an award-winning 2014 paper on the Orion spacecraft. All right, here we go. Yep, the looking glass. The same year that the shooter today was an intern at NASA. Both of them at the same time. Okay? Now, years later, he had a Twitter account under his name with a time machine header post. All right. Shout out to Jay Scott. Thank you for the donation, Jay Scott. I humbly receive. Thank you so much. Now, a time machine header post. All right. And he posted Cole Allen in 2023. All right. Now, Palantir, everybody, Peter Thiel, the ballroom. Now it's time, Dolores Shah, to tie up the strings. You know how we do, right? And watch what that brother break down in this video. It's going to be crazy work. Now it's time to tie the strings together. Peter Thiel and Palantir, surveillance state. The underground for that ballroom is going to be the most insane surveillance. It's going to be the surveillance capital thing. And they're saying, when he's thinking, they're talking about the third temple. Yeah, the temple of the new world where they're going to be controlled, right? And they want it to be underground, right? Now, he works with NASA, Palantir, on Orion and Artemis programs. The Orion spacecraft completes the Artemis mission. They put it in the movie, Fly Me to the Moon. And it featured a fake moon landing, and they called it Project Artemis. You're going to see from David Wilcock now in this video. He got unalived, and his longtime co-author got unalived, tying it all back to the Orion group from the Law of One, the Orion Cube, and Project Looking Glass. All right. So then we went to the Epstein file, right? Come on. Now it's time where the Epstein said they should be looking into time travel, right? And Deepak Chopra with the Looking Glass, SF Gate. All right, come on. I told y'all it's going to come back and tie in later, right? Then I showed y'all the White House press article, right? And this is last year, almost a year ago, 2025, April 14th, almost a year to the day. And look what it's about. The golden age of American innovation. And they said, our technologies permit us to manipulate time and space. Okay, right? Right? So then I showed you Deepak Chopra, and they're talking about the Q quantum mechanics and 4D space-time travel. Okay, let's go. Okay, I told you, you know how I do. We're going to tie it back up, right? Now, when we go back, right? Hold on. Let me go back. Him with his shirt on, and they asking, was he a sleeper cell assassin, right? And Epstein with his shirt. All right. Now, then we go back, and that's a sister. This dude, Henry Martinez, and he posts Cole Allen, and he's a NASA scientist, and Cole Allen was in the Jet Propulsion Program the same year that Henry Martinez. Now, it's probably not his real name, and he made one post only and got, 40 million views on it, and he just posted that. Okay? Right? All right, so now we tying it on up, right? And then remember, this part, this was on this image that showed the other assassination attempt is on the website for Time Machine.
right? Time travel. All right, now that I tied that back up, hold on, let me go here, let's go. Now we're gonna play the brother's video, right? That was Trump and his sugar booger. Look at Trump and his sugar booger. Go ahead. boy, these people know they funny. All right, let's continue. All right, now let's get back. Watch this. Yes, and that program was created by Jack Parsons, who from Scientology, and Aleister Crowley. All right, stop share screen. Here we go. Now that I tied that back together for y'all, now listen to this. And he did his credentials, right? Shout out to the truth seekers. He a truth seeker, and he's well credentialed, and he debunked a lot of people who call stuff conspiracy theorists. So now he's going to tie in what just happened with time travel and all this other stuff. Let go.
Manipulated into it via mind control. Could have been, we'll explain that, to change the timeline. Sound crazy at first glance. My German viewers know that I have a very scientific approach to everything, because a lot of the things I will say now sound crazy at first glance. I speculated David Wilcock was murdered to change the timeline. I did that video before all that happens. I will explain that in more detail later, but I said that even if he pulled the trigger himself, he could have been manipulated into it via mind control or radiation weapons. And he talked about having personality disorders and dissociation. So maybe he had multiple personalities, and one of them was a suicidal personality. So that's
When he's talking about the David Wilcox character, you're going to understand it later. He's going to show a clip. But he's saying he want to expose it, and they try to say like they unalive themselves, but he's saying like they be flipping the switch, MK Ultra stuff. Let's continue.
Is what I say here. So I'm saying that even if he pulled the trigger himself, which is not certain yet, it could be he could have been manipulated into that, and that ties into all I will tell you in that video, which is quite frightening. So I give you all the coincidences now surrounding this event. So this is the summary already. So first of all, another would-be UFO whistleblower died of accidental drug overdose. You can forget that. That after agreeing to testify to Congress, he...
Now, everybody, they have been unaliving a lot of UFO NASA agents just now. I think Agiana was supposed to send me, he probably did, right? So they've been unaliving a lot of NASA UFO agents right now, right? So it says, would-be UFO whistleblower unalived of accidental drug overdose after agreeing to testify before Congress. So some of these NASA specialists and scientists are coming out saying that they got some portals open and they got entities and stuff, and they've been unaliving them. Now, this is all current, right? All right. Now, let's continue, right? But before you click that, oh, that was the thing. All right, that was my breakdown. Okay.
So this is the summary already. So first of all, another would-be UFO whistleblower died of accidental drug overdose. You can forget that. That after agreeing to testify to Congress, he kills himself. Forget it. So some people say it's strange that J.D. Vance was evacuated before Donald Trump. Let's look at that shortly. It's not...
All right, we've seen that already. Let me go forward.
It plays a little bit of a role because J.D. Vance is connected to Palantir. Go first to J.D. Vance, but it plays a little...
Now, that just because they evacuated him first, that really don't mean nothing. That's, part of patrols and everything. But what he's pointing out is, like I did in the other video, J.D. Vance is the one that was placed into position. He's connected by Peter Thiel and all of it back. Peter Thiel funded him, okay, right, to become senator of I forgot what state he said he was senator of. okay, and all of it. So this is the real play. And you remember him and that Erica Kirk chick, you know, he's practically smashing her on the thing, right? So there's so many things at play. So he's correct about that. Even though them getting him first ain't out the way, it's something else going on with the Vance. All right? And Peter Thiel. Let's continue. That's why we would stay shadow banned, because we keep exposing. Thank you, Ohio guys. We keep exposing this. Bring truth to power. That's the Most High says.
Seems a little bit strange, but maybe it was how the setting was. You know, they could go first to J.D. Vance, but it plays a little bit of a role because J.D. Vance is connected to Palantir, and that will play a role in my thesis, in my theory. Owen Schroyer discovered that the shooter was in an ABC News special.
Come on.
Allen developed a prototype for a wheelchair emergency brake.
The wheelchair brakes tend to lock the wheel, but don't actually lock the chair to the ground.
Everybody, we have our shooter. He's in a commercial. Reminds me of all the other crisis actor shooters in commercials, right? Look at him. He looked kind of clear-eyed right there. Don't look like the flipper switch, okay? But let's continue. Our shooter is in the commercials. All right, let's go. Yeah, he looked different.
Allen developed a prototype for a wheelchair emergency brake.
The wheelchair brakes tend to lock the wheel, but don't actually lock the chair to the ground. The idea with this...
Well, that's already strange. You might remember the one shooter was in a BlackRock commercial, so people already say it's a crisis actor. I wouldn't say that, but he was on the radar of mainstream and NASA, as you will see. So let's not forget this. There was a picture that looks like, I know. Okay, is that fake? It's fake now. Okay.
So that's what people are doing, but they're not proving that it's fake. So they're saying that someone photoshopped this or whatever. We're doing the rabbit hole conspiracy theory, but when you put it in the AI, they say it's not fake, but whatever. All right, but let's continue.
Okay, is that fake? It's fake now. Okay. Unconfirmed. That was a fake here. So there's a photo circulating with this shirt and one with an IDF shirt. But if both are circulating, I would suspect that this one is fake, the IDF one. But who knows? If there's an IDF connection, we have another connection to Palantir. So just want to mention that. Interesting, Mario Nofal deleted all of the things I tell you now, but he also had it. So this is another thing. Caroline Levitt said there will be some shots fired, but of course it was meant in a metaphorical sense.
We already did her.
There will be. I can tell you, I was sitting next to Caroline Levitt, the press secretary's husband, and he kind of.
That's very suspicious that they cut her off. So she says that, and her husband says you need to be safe. It's the first one looks more like, you know, metaphorically there will be shots fired. But the second one is more suspicious. So was there foreknowledge? Yes or no? You can decide yourself, but that's not my main point. So this is my main point, and this is beyond any probability. So Henry Martinez posted Cole Allen, and that was his only post on December 22, 2023. That's already interesting because I talked a lot about the number 11, the meaning for David Wilcock and the meaning for me and our connection with that. And I talked about it in my other video. It's very interesting if you want to listen to it. And we have the double 11, 22, and we have the double 11 again because 23 is 11 p.m. 23 is the European way to...
Okay. So this when you start to go down your rabbit hole, Nadia and Jamal. I don't do all that Julio stuff, right? That's when they start losing me, right? Here we got the December 22nd, double 11, and 2023 is double 11 too, and 11. Bro, let's move on, right? I don't. Once you start going all that gematria stuff with all the numbers, I know certain things of gematria means something. It does, but you start to go down some witchcraft and sorcery, right? It's like, bro, it's like, okay, bro. Then none of that said 11, bro. I'm sorry, but let's continue.
Two times.
Right, that's what we're doing. We're not sitting up, we're not conspiracy fools or nuts or something. We're going to eat fruit, spit out pit, and we're going to rightly divide. The Bible says discern and rightly divide. But he about to go somewhere in a second.
23, it's 2 times 11.
He said, no, 23 equal Michael, some Jordans, bro. They don't equal 11. But anyway, let's continue.
11, we have the 11, and again the 11. But that's not my main point. My main point is that Henry Martinez posted only this and this picture. And this picture also appears on that website, building a time machine. Of course, it's not about a real time machine. It's about preserving a cultural heritage. But of course, it's not a coincidence that this website is called The Time Machine. This cannot be a coincidence. The only other explanation for that would be that they want us to believe that there's a timeline war going on. Just that I don't forget that I say it right now. So, and what's very interesting is
he's kind of slow, but he's going to go somewhere.
That this guy, the shooter, worked at NASA, Jet Propulsion Laboratory. You know already, if you're into that topics, what the JPL is, the connection to, Candace Owens also talks about it very often, the connection to this, to magic and so on. It's already interesting, and that was in the year 2014. And in the same year, somebody working at NASA wrote a paper about the Orion system. Yeah, and it's about pyramidal separation here. And it was written by Henry Martinez. Of course, we don't know if it's the same guy, but at least it's a synchronicity. Henry Martinez, in the same year this guy worked there. It's from 2014, the paper.
So here's the paper for Isaac. Henry Martinez testing Orion's Farron separation system. And you see they said pyramidal, okay?
So, and in the movie Fly Me to the Moon.
I agree. They invite demonic spirits when they do that. Absolutely divination. That's why I never do that. I rebuke all that. Right? So anyway, so now you know they put everything in the movies, right? So here we go. They put it in the movies. So we got the Henry Martinez, we got the NASA, we got the paper, right? This is the paper, pyramid separation mechanism, right?
It's from 2014, the paper. So, and in the movie Fly Me to the Moon, they hint to Artemis. Let's look at that. Artemis being a fake program to fake the moon landing.
Now that we know the whole world will be watching, we need.
That is 100% correct. Who asked that? Ivan. The time machine is a portal. That's what they use to get through the portal. So, and they're using CERN to open portals. They also use SIN in geothermic locations, like the hot spots. They call it the points on the earth, right? Like that's what pyramids were. That's what the ancient fallen angel, the Anunnaki and them, that's what the pyramids are. Portal, they're what's the name, points, right? Entry points for the fallen. So that's what that is. So yes, let's continue.
Now that we know.
Yeah, Project Artemis. So the Project Artemis.
So in the movie, of course, they show everything they put in their movies. Project Artemis.
This is the name of the project to fake the moon landing, just in case something goes wrong. It's a comedy. Yeah, they always tell us these things, and not always, but in different ways. Sometimes in a comedy, like here. And Elon Musk himself posted something from the Artemis mission, which was 3 years old. So was this a hint? Can he really make a mistake here? Even confirmed by Grok? Yes, it's the exact same onboard camera footage from Artemis 1. And he sold it as being from Artemis 2. I mean, yeah, of course, most people think both are fake, but that's could be a hint, and it's still online, as you see. So, and now.
So a lot of the things that they're doing, guys, they're telling you they're going up to the moon, but they're actually going down into the marine kingdom. All right? So that's a psyop. They're actually going down, right? They're trying to get with Atlantis and, right? They're going down. And they also go down in the earth too, right? So that's what Iran, a lot of things people don't understand. This whole Iran thing, Iran and the mountains and the stuff, they're supposed to have the ancient fallen Nephilim. They're trying to free Simjaza and Azazel and all of them from the book of Enoch. They're trying to free the fallen who are locked. All right. So in over Kuwait, in that area, Saddam Hussein and them was trying to do the what's his name, Nimrod and Gilgamesh, right? Nimrod and them. So that's what's a lot of this that's going on. People don't understand is prophecy. It's more than just oil and money and the rights and power. They're fighting over the entrance to the fallen. The nation states, the kingdoms, right? West hemisphere, east hemisphere, they're fighting over who can get the connection to the fallen. Do you understand? Yes, the hybrid offspring they got, right? So this goes back to the ancient Anunnaki, the fallen angel, ancient Kemet, the pyramids, all of this stuff. So all of these lands are ancient Persia. These are ancient Hittite lands, ancient Canaanite lands. It's always been the same, nothing new under the sun. So a lot of that stuff that they're doing under the ground and stuff that you understand, these are the portals. They have things. So that's why they're showing things like they have certain things like time travel and certain things because they've gotten energies and power points on the earth from the fallen. Do you understand? That's what they worship and stuff. So this stuff is a lot bigger than most people see on the surface. They thinking just, he's over there being a bully and they're doing this and that. No, Russia, Iran, China, all of them, they all know what's going on. Do you understand? So they're going down. They're not going up. They're making you think they'll go up. That's the hoodwink. They're going down into the earth. They're going down into the waters. Where the Most High said and go, the marine kingdom, trying to get powers from the darkness over the face of the earth, Leviathan and stuff. The deep, you understand? The marine, all right? These are, and that is for the Armageddon war. So they're doing this stuff because they're trying to build their alliance. They're building their power to go against the Most High, the light against the darkness war. That's going to play out. That's why I say just get righteous and get your popcorn and watch the whole thing play out. Because long as you righteous in the Most High's image and righteousness, you'll be covered from all this. It's your unrighteousness that's going to have you a victim of this stuff. All right? And he's going to send his children that's going to lead and guide you all through it and give you what to do and how to prepare and everything. Woe to those who don't prepare. All right. So anyway, let's continue. Yeah, they're going to try. They're going to do, and some of the stuff they're going to accomplish, right? They're going to accomplish because there's going to be a spiritual war, right? But yeah, they at the end we know how it ends. But anyway, but they're still going to fight. But let's continue.
As you see, so and now, a few days before that event, David Wilcock died, and he talked about the law of one very often. Why is this relevant? The law of one talks about the Orion. According to Ra, is the guy...
So this David Wilcox that they unalive, right before he died, he talked about this law of one. I never heard of this, right? This is new to me right here. And they called us, then we have crusaders from Orion coming to this planet for mind control purposes. How do they do this? As all they follow the law of one, observing free will, contact is made with those who call on them. Those then upon the planetary sphere act as much as do you to disseminate the attitudes, philosophy of their particular understanding of the law of one, which is service to self. Do what thy wilt is the whole of the law. Self-worship with your free will. These become the elite. All right? Through these, the attempt begins to create a condition whereby the remainder of the planetary entities are enslaved by their own free will. Wait till y'all see what I got coming out on Friday. Oh, the Most High. Shout out to Sister, Sister, her name started with an L, Gonzalez. I got an email coming to you, and I got to start. I've been preparing this stuff because the Most High told me there's things that we, the children of the Most High, all of us from every nation, kindred, and tongue, have to prepare for. And on Friday, I'm going to show y'all something that they're doing that y'all have no idea what they're doing. The wealthy, what they call the dark elite. When y'all see it, I'm already have the thing prepared. There's things we have to do. Woe to those who don't prepare. The Most High is going to always protect us. He's going to always send his children who are meek and humble, who circumcise their flesh, who circumcise themselves, right? And spirit that can lead, because he's going to speak through. So when I show you, when I'm going to show you on Friday, all of y'all going to be like, I cannot believe this is happening. Yeah, it's here. And there are things we ought to prepare for. All right? And this aligns with this stuff. All right, so let's continue.
Entity questions here. Then we have crusaders from Orion coming to this planet for mind control purposes. How do they do this?
I already read that.
So these are negative entities talking about Law of One and Orion. And you saw in the beginning, the trailer already, he talks about Orion in connection to the Looking Glass project, which is supposed to be a project to look into the future. There's no evidence for that, but I'm just talking about the synchronicities here. And then, so the project Looking Glass is supposed to be a project to look into the future, but we don't really need that because Palantir is really doing it. The purpose of Palantir is to predict future events. You can look it up. That's the purpose. And Palantir has also a contract with NASA, and in connection with exactly that moon mission and moon to Mars objectives. Integration, blah, 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 compliance with security standards in support of the NASA mission. So in support of the moon mission and the moon to Mars objectives. So there's a direct connection to Artemis and the moon mission. And Orion, because that's the system, Orion. So Pentagon itself believes its precognitive AI can predict events days in advance. So the guy who talked about the Looking Glass, the device used was...
Yeah, give Hakyama, so they're going to put 2001, they're going to put the email. You just email me and I'll send you the Zoom link. It's every Tuesday at 9:15 p.m. and you can come and go as you please. That's where you really, that's where we grow. That's where we, yeah. So praise the Most High. We look forward to seeing you. Just email me once I get the email. And yeah, if I don't respond, just email again. Because, you know, the dark spirits be trying to get the email lost or something. And I'll send you the link. And once you got the link, that's where we grow in the Most High. That's praise the Most High. And then we come here on a live as a body to feed y'all's children. But praise the Most High. All right.
Known as the Orion Cube. That was said by Dan Burr. She's not very credible. Bob Lazar is way more credible. But I'm only saying this because it's another synchronicity.
So
because
I don't know nothing about all this Orion's Cube. Dan had been incommunicado and unavailable during much of the 2007, during which time he had been called back inside to participate in a project of considerable national security. It's called We Have Kept This Fully Confidential for reasons which become obvious. We are gained through a high-tech investigation to possible and probably future timelines. So this is all about time travel, right? So, Back to the Future, they're trying to, and they apparently, as I showed from the White House article, they said they got stuff that can do it. And you just showed where they said the AI can help with it, all right? And they call it Orion's Cube.
That's where David Wilcock has the theory from, so that the Orion Cube is kind of a looking glass device. That's how it supposedly looks, but there's no, as I said, there's no evidence for that. But in terms of synchronicity, it still counts. I hope you understand what I'm saying here. So,
Shout out to 01 Fractal. So this looking glass, all right? And that's that article from the White House. Our technologies permit us to manipulate time and space, right? And that's supposed to be Project Looking Glass. I never even heard
we
of
have another thing from the White House press release. Our technologies permit us to manipulate time and space. So
it says they leave distance annihilated, cause things to grow and improve productivity. As Vice President Vance said in a recent speech, the tradition of American innovation has been one of increasing the capacities of America's workers, of extending human abilities, that more people can do more and more meaningful work, but unrestricted immigration and reliance on cheap labor, both domestically and offshore, has been a substitute for improving productivity with technology. We can build in new ways that let us do more with less. We can borrow from the future. We have chosen to borrow from the future again and again. Our choice as a civilization is technology or debt, and we have chosen debt.
The defenders say, yeah, it's more metaphorically, make of it what you want. It's a real press release from the White House. I will do a longer video in German. Of course, it's easier for me to express myself in German. Here is, again, the video.
They have a whole server farm of...
So this is this David guy that they unalive from back then. His Stargate project, the Looking Glass. He did this in 2012, and they unalived him, right?
The video.
They have a whole server farm of computers just to deconstruct the two images and be able to see what they're looking at in the future. So again, this is what they're using. This is one of the main ones they're using, the Orion Cube as they call it, or the cube. And also it's being used with Looking Glass.
Where he talks about that. So here, well, that's the headline, Stargate, Project Looking Glass and Contact. And he talks about Orion here. So this is a summary of all of what I said. So another aerospace engineer named Henry Martinez publishes an award-winning paper on...
So they unalived him like they do all the rest of the scientists. They're doing it right now because the scientists right now are coming out to expose stuff, and they're unaliving them right now, okay?
Impossible.
Shout out to Sister Tammy.
So, as I said before, the only other explanation for that is that they want us to think there is time manipulation involved, because this Martinez guy posted it, 23, and it really happens. And the post alone would not be that suspicious if it wasn't combined with the time machine, because he's predicting something, and there's the picture of the time machine website. There is absolutely zero possibility of that being a coincidence. That is impossible. The only other explanation is they knew that would be coming. That's why they posted it. And of course, they hired the guy to do that. And then, of course, you can predict it. But that would also be scary if they want us to believe that we are in a timeline war. Talking about the timeline again. So I'm not talking, there's nothing provable that there are time travelers and all of that. But even if you take the AI component of this, Palantir tries to predict the future. So you don't need, real psychics looking in the future or the Looking Glass device. That's what Palantir is doing. And maybe Palantir or another AI predicted that these people they are taking out now, all the scientists, would play a major role in the disclosure. So the disclosure, which will come in the next year or even this year, by the Trump administration will be a limited hangout, of course. They will not tell us everything. And what they want to hide, of course, is the technology, because with that technology, mankind would be free. Nobody would have to work anymore. And and you also don't need a government anymore. I'll make another video about that, why this is crucial. If you have practically energy for free, you don't need the government anymore. But that's or the New World Order and so on. So they have a problem now. They disclosed the UFO topic or UAP topic, but the logical question then is where is the freaking where are the devices to utilize this kind of energy or anti-gravity? They would have to say, we don't know, we don't have it. And David Wilcock and maybe the other scientists would have been able to sway the public opinion about that. So that would be a motive to kill people, even if we don't talk about, time travelers and so on. It's just the AI model predicts, okay, these are crucial people, let's take them out.
All right. Now, hold on. I think I just got something that Yana sent me, right? And now I'm about to expose something. Hold on, let me come
We
back
also
to
have those prayers and some questions when you're ready for them.
Okay. So I'm about to do it right after this. All right. So Yana sent me something. He sent me a connection between the shooter and JD Vance's wife. Emoji, right? I didn't have time to turn the volume up. So I don't know how loud it's gonna be. Hold on, let me grab it. It's probably because when I put my stuff together, I make sure all the volume is equal. I do a lot of editing in the background, right? That's why it takes a lot of work for me to put all the stuff I put together. And I know y'all appreciate it. Praise the Most High, right? So this one I'm doing it. I just seen he sent it to me now, right? And this is supposed to be a tie-in with the shooter and JD Vance's wife. All right, so let's see. Let's go share this tab instead. I just downloaded it while that brother's thing was playing, right? And then let me make it full screen. Let me see what y'all see. There it go. All right, let's see. There's supposed to be a tie-in of that the shooter and Usha Vance starred together in the 2017 video. Boy, shout out to the truth seeker community, boy. They be finding some needles in haystacks. All right, let's go. Copyright disclaimers and effects. We don't own rights to the video. We're reacting to the video. Here we go. Oh, hold on. That was already bigger. I forgot. Which one is bigger? I think it was the other one. Let me see. Was that one bigger? I don't know. Hakiyama, which one is bigger? This one or the other one?
That one.
This one? Okay, thank you. Here we go. Copyright disclaimers.
Hold on. So the Trump suspect Cole Allen and Usha Vance, JD Vance's wife, were actually in a video in a competition together in 2017, and it was in the news. What is happening? Look at this video. You're going to see both in there. This is at this tech conference where they're trying to get funding. Just look.
So him and JD Vance's wife is in the video together? Hold on. Now, this world ain't that small, okay? All right? And he lives all the way in California, Torrance, all right? Let's go.
Trying to get funding. Just look.
College student Cole Allen developed a prototype for a wheelchair emergency brake.
And there he is.
The wheelchair brakes.
Oh, so it was the video we showed earlier that I got for him in creating the wheelchair. JD Vance's wife is with him? Hold on.
This is interesting.
Sorry, guys, it's low. If I would have been able to edit, I would have had it really loud. Oh, shout out to Corey. I was wondering when you, Corey, you sharp, bro. I saw the last live. I didn't see it when we was on the live. I think you was at the last live. and you was dropping some bombs in the chat. You sharp, bro. Corey, you sharp. I was like, boy, I wish I would have saw that when I was on the live and what you was dropping. I would have went back and forth with you because you was dropping them. The hacks. I know when somebody's sharp, I'm like, okay, shout out to Corey. Corey dropping that. I see you. you know some things, huh, Corey? All right, let's continue. Sorry, the volume is low. So it's at the Age and Future Conference.
Senior Services and the Eisner
You'll see
Foundation
Usha.
offered a test run on products that have the potential to enrich the lives of
There
seniors.
she is.
14 different tech startups
Y'all see
got to
her?
present.
How much of a coincidence is this?
Hold on. So JD Vance's wife is with him? Coinkadinky, guys. Okay, let's continue. This world is really big. Let me explain something to you. I have exes, girlfriends that I ain't seen ever. This world is so big that I used to tell an ex, right? I'm like, bro, once we break up and I leave, I'm never going to see you again. And I literally have never seen my exes again. Like literally. You know how you think you could just run across somebody? It ain't as simple as you think. It's really not. And I'm talking about, I used to be in New York City, right? In New York, that's where I'm from. And I would never run across. I would, when you want to run across somebody, you try like, hopefully I'm going to see them somewhere. And you never see them again. And they still live in the city and you still live and you never see them again. This world is it's crazy work. It's small or whatever, but it's these coincidences ain't no coincidence. All right. So thank you, Akiana, out in the UK. There's a tie-in now. JD Vance and this dude. I tell you what I say, and I said Vance is the one you better watch. Okay? That's the Palantir, that's the Erica Kirk, and all that. Vance is the one. You all right? That's the one to watch. All right. So anyway.
There she is.
14 different tech startups
Y'all see
got to
her?
present.
How much of a coincidence is this? Is it just me, or does it seem like we're living in a clown world and they're all laughing in our faces allegedly? Or is this just one big coincidence and we should all shut up?
All right. So now we're going to get to, I'm going to expose some things. I'm going to break down some things for y'all. I wanted to do it before April was over, so I'm going to do it now. Hakama, you said there was a prayer. There was something you wanted to do before I get in. You know, I got to do a teaching. So that was Trump assassination attempt, the rabbit holes, rumors, theories, and Epstein truth exposed. And I hit every last one of those, right? And we had some fun doing it, right? It's always fun when we go down a rabbit hole, right? Oh yeah, and Vance was set up, right? He was bought by Peter Thiel, put into position, right? That's the one. That's the dangerous one right there. Facts, right? I'm calling it what it is. We already shadow banned. What you gonna do, right? Most I cover me. All right. So anyway, now I'm about to drop something crazy. Y'all gonna enjoy it, and then that's when we'll close out. But let me do this. Hakiyama, what? Go ahead. Do what's the prayers and what you got for me?
I got 3 prayers, and there's questions if you want those later.
I'm gonna do the questions. Yeah. Go ahead.
This first one is from Elazayah. She says, may I ask for prayers, please, and thank you. Allergies have been very bad in the last couple of days. I claim healing in my eyes and the pain in my body gone.
Praise the Most High. Yes, everybody, we are called to pray for one another. So all of y'all send out prayers for our sister. May the Most High, all in his will, may he bless you with healing and recovery for our sister and for all of y'all, all healing ailments. Go ahead, Hakiyama, what's next?
This next one is from Zaza Vayada. She says, family, please pray for my sister Ya'alda as she has been hospitalized again. Your prayers are greatly appreciated. All praises to the Most High.
Prayers up to our Father for our sister out there in Canada. May she have a healing recovery for whatever she's dealing with. Shamara Yah, for all the Most High's children from every nation, kindred, and tongue. May his healing hands, may his Malayak angels, may his heavenly hosts, all in his will, be sent to heal and guide you May the fruits of the earth, may the herbs of the field be healing unto you in your temple. May the word of the Most High in His presence be healing unto your spirit, and the spirit heals the body. May you be nestled in the bosom of the Most High in His mighty Ya'ad, arm and hand. May you be in the palm of His hand, and may you get rest and repose, all in the will of the Father. That's to all of you worldwide, and all of the ailments, the mental, physical, and spiritual trials and tribulations that we all go through. May the Most High's grace abound over us all as we strive to be in His likeness, His image, His nature, His character, His function, as our Messiah told us we are to be. All right? One ahayad with the Father. Praise His holy name, His rightful order. We say this, that was the last prayer, right, Hakyama?
There's one more.
Go ahead.
This next one is from Who Cares. She says, please pray for me and my family. My eldest is scheduled to be deployed in December to this war. He is an airman and wants to get out, but can't.
Praise the Most High. May the Most High cover that young man. May your anointing, may your humility, sister, I'm guessing that's a sister. May your, if not, I apologize. May your humility, may the fact of you seeking to be in the Most High's image and likeness, may your righteousness cover your loved ones. People are covered by our righteousness. That's why a prayer of the righteous availeth much, guys. So our loved ones and stuff are having a covering for our acts and deeds and righteousness, just the same as they will be cursed, generational curses. They'll get generational covering and blessings from our righteousness. You have to pray it over all of your loved ones, the ones that you want to cover, all in the will of the Most High. So may the Most High's will be done over all of our lives, and our health, our wellness, our being, and everything. May His will, not ours, be done. We say this prayer in the name of in the name of the only Ya'ad, begotten Son of the Father, who comes in His holy name. And we say, Aman Yah, Amen, Hallelujah, Hallelujah, and Shalom Yah, Selah. Praise His holy name in His rightful order. Prayers out. And y'all continue to pray for one another as well. Go ahead, Hakyama.
That was the last prayer.
Okay. And you said there was a question. Let me see if I'm going to do, it's 109. How many questions?
We still have those ones from the
No. Anyone right now that asks something about right here?
Okay, let me scroll down.
Okay, so if not, then it's cool. Let me get with the lesson, and then I can do the other questions. I just thought somebody might ask something about, right?
Okay.
Well, all right. So let me do this because I want to teach this. So I had put this together for y'all back in April, but everything I do, the Most High guides the lesson, right? So I can put something together, but it be the Most High that'll say, do this, do that. So this lesson I wasn't able to do until now, right? But it's, and I'm glad because I wanted to do it before April was over, right? So I created this and I'm going to teach y'all something, right? This is about us coming out of her, okay? There's things that we practice and do that are not righteous. They are not of the Most High, right? And we have what the things that they call holidays, right? That we celebrate, but we really don't know where these things come from. And these things are not of the Most High. They are made by man. There was a holiday, I don't know if it's even called a holiday. There was a celebrated day or a day that we partake in covenant, and it's called April Fools. So I'm glad I'm doing this before April is over. All right? So there was a joke, all right, played on Channel 7 that was played in America, on the world, right? And we participate in these acts and we really don't know where they come from. All right? So there was an April Fool's prank, all right? which aired on Boston TV back in 1980, right? The Boston TV News, WNAC, ended its 6 p.m. news broadcast with a bulletin reporting the Great Blue Hill in Milton had erupted, that it was a volcano eruption, and that it was spraying lava and ash onto nearby homes. The report showed footage of lava flowing down the hillside, and they took the footage from the eruption of Mount St. Helens, and they edited remarks from the then president, Jimmy Carter, who expressed concern, and the governor, Edward J. King, who called the situation serious. According to reporter Jan Harrison, the disaster had been caused by a geological chain reaction set off by the eruption of Mount St. Helens a week earlier. At the end of the news show, Harrison held up a card that said April Fools. Everybody listen clearly. Now, legendary, right? I think everyone involved got fired, though. All right, now, the precedence to this pseudo holiday. This explanation seems to be consensus favorite, though it's not set in stone. One theory to this April Fool's Day that they have us taking part in relates to the European transition coming from the Julian to the Gregorian calendar. Everybody listen clearly. The Romans, when they made New Year's Day the 1st of January in the dead of winter, Julius Caesar, okay? When they changed the new year from the spring harvest, the equinox, to the dead of winter. Also, when they changed the Sabbath day, the day that the Most High said keep forever, from the 7th day to the 1st day, Sunday, sun worship, Constantine, Roman, this religion that they took the Hebrews' culture and put these, pagan practices, everybody. Come on, y'all know what we do here. Time to teach, right? So, one theory about April Fools relates it to the European transition from the Julian to the Gregorian calendar, the calendar we on today. At the end of Council of Trent in 1563, that's these Romans and these church ditties. Sorry to my Christian brothers and sisters, not sorry. With their little kilts on and all this stuff, that ain't their culture just as much as it ain't, that Bible ain't the Muslims' culture. It ain't, okay? These Roman ditties, polytheistic pagan worshipers. So at the Council of Trent in 1563, Pope Gregory VIII issued a papal bull decreeing that Christian countries should adopt a new standardized calendar. Okay, so they're going from this Pope Gregory is trying to take people from the Julian calendar, the Romans, and these people to the Gregorian calendar. Now, the internationally accepted calendar in the Western world now, the Gregorian calendar, was adopted due to its greater accuracy compared to the Julian calendar. One of the consequences of the transition was that New Year's Day was moved, everybody, from April 1st to January 1st. Now, New Year's Day was not always April 1st. It's the solar lunar spring equinox. The earth, the signs tell you when the new year begins. It's usually around April 1st, end of March. It's always around the same time. So these people can't make it one day and claim it. That ain't how we follow the solar lunar calendar under the Zadokite priesthood. All right, now, one of the consequences was that New Year's Day would be moved from the 1st of April to January 1st. Although resisted by the Protestant countries in Europe, the new calendar was officially adopted by the Catholic states reasonably quickly. However, presenting the news of the transition across largely rural populations was a much slower task. People who continued to celebrate the new year at the end of March, they became the targets for jokes, pranks, and hoaxes. Everybody listen clearly. Come on, Delaware Shaw, we going somewhere. So the people who kept the new year at the end of March, beginning of April, according to the spring equinox, like everyone kept, which is the actual New Year. The Christians, Catholics, European Protestants started to do pranks, hoaxes, jokes against them. This included having paper fish attacked to their backs and being called April fish in reference to their supposed gullibility. Yeah, they punish people for keeping the truth. Listen clearly. That's to my Christians who want to celebrate Ishtar, Easter, Christ Mass, fasten a tree up and fasten it with silver and gold, but calling yourselves like you following some Bible, you following the pagan devils like the Romans who created that religion. Sorry, the Hebrew Messiah was never a Christian. I know y'all not gonna get upset, but it is what it is. Yeah, the fish again. Now, they attach paper fish to their backs, called them April fish, and reference bullying to their supposed gullibility. They said in New Historian, the city folk always got a dump on the rules. That's just one way it's always been. Why else would you put up with living in a human zoo, right? But just in case there's any confusion, this mockery was because the new year was the time for the Feast of Fools, everybody. Listen clearly. They hate the Most High. Yeah, they do. They celebrate their fallen angel pagan holy days, and they don't keep his holy day. Okay? Now, the mockery was because the new year was the time for the Feast of Fools. The Feast of Fools was a popular medieval European festival around the 12th to the 16th century, typically held around January 1st, characterized by the subversion of social hierarchies and church rituals. You see, the Feast of Fools, January 1st, Happy New Year. You see, forget keeping the new year according as the Most High, the times, my odds of the Most High, and all of the earth know. Ask the groundhogs, ask the bears who hibernate, ask the trees, ask the flowers, ask the blooming. When the earth comes back to life, that's the new year. But they celebrated in the dead of winter. You heard? Listen clearly. The Feast of Fools, okay, characterized by subversion of social hierarchies and church rituals. Lower ranking clergy and townsfolk would mock church traditions, elect a mock bishop, wear masks, and they would engage in chaotic and often obscene revelry. This is where you get your celebration of New Year's from. We didn't know where April Fools come from. Come on, we going somewhere. Y'all know I'm always going to teach y'all something. We're going to always close out with something, right? We learning a double entendre. New Year's celebration ain't of the Most High, and this April Fools. You heard how they replaced the Most High's holy days with helly days, pagan worship. This Feast of Fools, held around January 1st, rooted in Roman festival of Saturnalia. That's when Constantine changed to Sunday worship, the Saturnalia, worship of the sun, Saturnalia, Christmas, everybody. That's why the new year is January 1st and Christmas is December 25th. It's the season of they call it the spirit of the season of the witch. It starts around All Hallows Eve. Okay? Yeah, Saturnalia. So remember, it's 1 week. It's the Feast of Fools and Saturnalia, Christmas. Okay? The Roman festival Saturnalia, it was repeatedly condemned by the authorities, notably the Council of Basel in 1431, and it died out by the 16th century. All right. Now, of course, the holiday comes 11 days after the vernal equinox. So nature plays into this as well. The timing of April 1st coincides with the start of spring in the Northern Hemisphere. This period is known for sudden, unpredictable changes in weather, leading to the idea that nature is fooling people. A couple of weeks ago, this is now, we had 80-degree weather one day, then heavy snow the next. All right, now, which is probably why the fool is associated with fertility. Everybody, this is where you get your Easter, right? Easter is what? April. Easter is right when the new year actually starts. Do you understand? That's Ishtar. So that's with the Easter eggs and the bunnies, the fertility ritual. The April Fool is actually full. The Easter ain't got nothing to do with the resurrection of the Hebrew Messiah. And the new year is actually started and you don't know it. You celebrated it back in January. Fool. That's your April Fool's trick on you right there. Okay? Which is probably why the fool is associated with fertility, which would of course find its way into fertility-based religions, at least in ancient Europe. The jingling of bells, Christmas bells, during the dance is meant to frighten evil spirits. Yep, that's Saturnalia. And the clashing of sticks represent the fight between good and evil. The dancer who weaves in and out of the team of dancers was known as the fool. And whilst his dance seems to be that of a random nature, in fact, it's a very intricate dance and represents the naivety of man, how naive man is to be fooled by Hasatan, who to deceiver. Come on, Ivan, the great deceiver. A dancer was dressed as an animal character, dressed up as an animal, and shows man's reliance on nature. Handkerchiefs emphasize the hand movements during the dance. Crop fertility rituals, you've probably heard this one before. The Anglo-Saxons called April Aster Manath or Easter Manath. The period sacred to Easter or Astara. Guys, that's Astarte, Ashera, and Astra. Okay? Everybody listen clearly. This is later that the Europeans and stuff would call these practices, right? So that Asta is just as Easter. It started and became Easter, okay? This Astarte or Astara, the pagan Saxon goddess of spring, right? Where y'all think they got that from? The goddess, Astarte. And that's also the Christmas tree as well. The Saxon goddess of spring, from whose name is derived the modern Easter. According to Wikipedia, the Egyptians apparently marked the date with the feast of Hathor. Everybody, now we're going back to ancient Kemet. Okay? Now, the Egyptians apparently marked this date with their feast called the Feast of Hathor, the equivalent of Aphrodite. Here we go. Everybody. Now you're going to find out where they tie in April Fool's jokes and jokes being hilarious. Where the God, remember, everything that they got in this English language of curses and spells is actually calling on Greek and Roman fallen angel gods. There is a god called Hilaria. That's why the fool and the jokes, you're supposed to be hilarious. All right? You see these ditties? You see these festivals? It's all about ditty, and you know they was doing stuff to the little boys and girls, the angels and shit, right? All right? Now, then there's the big kahuna for April Fool's predecessors, the Hilaria. It's probably no coincidence that April Fool's Day is celebrated at the same time that two other similar holidays are celebrated in ancient Rome. The festival of Hilaria was thrown to celebrate the resurrection of their god Attis. All right? Hilaria is probably the base word for hilarity, it is, and hilarious, which mean great merriment. Today, Hilaria is also known as Roman Laughing Day. Look at this image. As it happens, the priests of Attis were also history's first glam rockers. in tribute to Attis, the priests of Cybele, known as Gali or Galoi, would castrate themselves and dress as women. Everybody, we going somewhere, Delara Shah. You know we're going to always close out with a bang. All right? You know Most High is going to teach his children something. They would castrate themselves and cross-dress, everybody. Hello, let's go. Diddy, anybody? Epstein, anybody? Let's continue. Now, as it happens, the priests of Attis, priests, were also history's first glam, trans. The priests of Cybele, would castrate themselves and dress as women. Then they travel the countryside and perform wild musical rituals to the Great Mother, just as Attis did. Ancient historians held a variety of opinions of the Galoi, from admiration to bemusement to ridicule to hostility. But everyone seemed to agree that Galoi loved to kick up a racket. Their rituals and festivals made Woodstock look like a ladies' club luncheon. The public performances of the Galoi were so intense that crowds would be driven into a religious frenzy. This sounds like Dionysus. This sounds like they just finishing the Dionysus practice. The Secret History of Rock and Roll note that the newly minted Trans Day of Visibility on March 31st actually takes place during the Hilaria, which is dedicated to the trans god of fertility, Attis. Is this just a coincidence? All right? On the rabbit trail. Let's continue. Okay? All right? A pretty amazing coincidence, you think, when you consider the secret origin of Attis. The local Frisian legend about him, Attis, being this: Zeus fell asleep, and Zeus let fall in his sleep his seed upon the ground, which in course of time, so Zeus was supposed to, I guess, had a premature ejaculate, because they used to be naked, right? So while he was asleep, I guess he had a sleep visited by a succubus or whatever, and I guess his semen was supposed to fall to the ground, which in the course of time birthed a Damien. Listen, guys, with two sexual organs, a male and a female. Okay, so Zeus had a wet dream and ended up siring a hermaphroditic demon, devil. This is where you get, this is where these Romans, that's why I said, if y'all think the Most High called for these Romans and Hellen's Greeks to transliterate the sacred Hebrew text, then I got a bridge for sale for you, okay? That meant you need to really come out of her and study, show yourself much more approved than that, okay? This is what these people worship and believe, all right? So that's why they kill me whenever they talk about the church fathers and the people. I'm like, that devil's a lie. The Most High never told them to transliterate his sacred scriptures. They enslaved the 72 Hebrew elders. Yeah, he had a spirit baby. So Zeus, now remember, they make all this stuff up too, right? Right? These fallen angels, Anunnaki, you know what I mean? Because Zeus come from Thoth and Thor and all, Thoth and Osiris and all, right? Because let's go further back, okay? To the Sumer, Acadia, ancient Kemet. So Zeus is supposed to have fell asleep, and his seed supposed to fell into the ground, and it birthed a devil, a demon, and the demon had two sexual organs, all right? So a trans, hermaphrodite, male and female, okay? Sound like Baphomet, right? See? So Zeus had a wet dream, ended up siring a hermaphroditic demon, right? Now they call this demon Agdistus. I rebuke him and the rest of these devils. But the gods that feared Agdistus cut off his male organ. Everybody listen clearly. They cut off his wee-wee, and there they grew up from it an almond tree with its fruit ripe, and a daughter of the river Sangarius. They say that the daughter of the river Sangarius took the fruit, and which grew from cutting off his, right, castrating, and she laid the fruit in her bosom, and when at once it disappeared, now she was with child. And a boy was born and exposed, but rescued by a he-goat. This reminds me of the Romans with Romulus and Remus sucking on the she-wolf teeth, right? Y'all see all this pagan stuff? Now this is still tying into April Fool's, Easter, New Year's Day, and Christmas. Oh yeah, we hit 3 of them with one whammy. Okay? Come out of her. Now, she said that's a one nasty tree. I know that's right. A tree growing from a cut off wee from some fallen angel. Okay? Now, it says, a boy was born and exposed, but got rescued by a he-goat. And he grew up, his beauty was more than human beauty. And Aditsis fell in love with him. When he had grown up, Attis was sent by his relatives to Pisinos that he might wed the king's daughter. The marriage song was being sung when Agistos appeared, and Attis went mad and cut off his genitals, as also did he who was giving him his daughter in marriage. Do y'all see a lot of cutting off the wee-wees and the genitals? It sounds like male hatred to me. You hear me? Okay? All right. I know this tying into a lot of the stuff going on with Epstein and Diddy's and all of this stuff, right? Then, all right, so as the marriage song was being sung, when Agistus appeared, and Attis went mad and cut off his genitals, and also did he who was giving him his daughter in marriage, Pausanias. So Agistus appeared, Attis cut off his genitals, and Pausanias cut off his genitals too. The description of Greece. Listen, some of those old myths are so insane and disgusting. Then again, life back then could get pretty insane because they fallen angels and disgusting. Amazing that the Hellens Greeks accomplished so much when at least half of them probably end up going nuts from syphilis, psychosis, and all the rest of it. It's no accident that the rise of antibiotics and the fall of large-scale asylums are roughly concurrent. Venereal diseases were a huge driver of mental illness, which is why promiscuity was associated with demonism in the ancient world, being promiscuous. Speaking of venereal diseases, there's also veronalia. Veronalia is what we tie into Valentine's Day. Veneria, which is certainly more like our modern time Valentine's Day than Lupercalia. The calends of April are sacred to Venus, as is the entire month, and this day has been called the Veronalia. They did public games, which they call ludi, would be held in honor of this Veronalia god deity. Now, the caveat is that it's probably apocryphal. This day was known as All Fool's Day to the Romans, and they would spend the entire day celebrating it with comic hilarity. They would do things backwards. They would wear women's clothes. They would go dancing in the streets and generally carrying on in the most foolish and congenial manner. Disgusting. Criminy. What's with all the fertility stuff and cross-dressing? All right. Now, Ishtar and Tammuz. Let's go. It's hard to say with definitive certainty, but a lot of Mediterranean dying, rising fertility myths can be traced back to Sumeria Akkadian legends such as Gilgamesh. When Gilgamesh returns to Uruk, he washes the filth of battle from his hair and his body. He dons a clean robe and cloak, wipes Humamba's blood off his weapons, and polishes them. When he ties his hair back and sets his crown on his head, he looks so splendid that Ishtar, the goddess of love and war, became overcome with lust. Easter. Okay? This is what, what's the name? Saddam Hussein and Kuwait and Iraq part was trying to dig up. Okay, the Iranians are digging up other fallen angel gods. Okay, now so when the goddess Ishtar became overcome with lust, she pleads with Gilgamesh to be her husband. She promised him a harvest of riches if he plants his seed in her body. But Gilgamesh refuses to be her plaything. He says that her desire for his body is fleeting and that she'll soon lose interest. He tells her he knows what happened to her other human lovers, and they've all learned how traitorous and cruel her heart is, Ishtar, and whims, and her heart and her whims are. Her husband, Tammuz, this your Trinity, guys. I know y'all don't know this, some, but this is the Trinity, where they got this from, okay? This is Nimrod, Samarisis, Tammuz, right? All right, now anyway, her husband, Tammuz, the shepherd, became a captive in the underworld and is mourned in festivals every year. This is according to the Epic of Gilgamesh. Sounds to me like Gilgamesh was an early proponent of the MGTOW. But remember that priests of Ishtar, the Gala, were pretty much the same deal as Galoi, all right? Though probably without the public castration rituals. All right, now there's also the fact that the Feast of Ishtar ran the same time as the Hilaria. The ancient Mesopotamian feast day associated with Ishtar was often part of the Akitu festival, a 12-day New Year celebration held around Easter, the spring equinox, which is the New Year. It celebrated fertility, renewal, and the resurrection of her consort Tammuz. That's where you get Easter eggs. The bunny is the fertility. It's bunny rabbits, smashing like bunny rabbits. And the eggs is the seed from the orgies they was doing. Bunnies don't lay eggs, okay? Featuring rituals emphasizing spring rebirth, okay? Now, all right, so I wanted to bring that information about April Fools, some more about Saturnalia, some more about Christmas, some more about Ishtar, Astarte, Easter, okay, and New Year's. Roman, Greek, pagan, fallen angel, holidays, all fallen angel worship. All right, I was supposed to do that for y'all on April 1st. I had it already, but I'm guided by the Most High in our lessons. So I had to wait, and praise the Most High, I was able to do it right before the end of April. So it still has a little relevance. All right? All right, Hakyama, give me some questions and we close out.
Okay, this one is from Miss Sarah Price. Let me just stroll up to it. She says, hi, Uncle. Is it Alaya or Ahaya? Question mark.
So the Alaya that's what you would call Elohim. All right, everything is sexual rituals. Thank you, Dalasha. So the Alaya, okay, I'm a relate it so y'all can understand, because y'all understand the English words. We all know Elohim because we've been taught that, right? Now, the singular of the word Elohim is Eloah, Eloah, right? So Him is plural. And the Hebrew be Yam is plural, right? So Elohim is Elohim, right? And that's supposed to be the council, right? So the Eloah is the singularity of the heavenly council. Okay, these are titles. So in Hebrew, Habariyah, the original pictograph tongue, it's not Eloah because there's no vowels. It's Alaya. And the council plural is Alayam. So when you're speaking of the heavenly council, right? When they say, let us make man in our image, that's the Alayam. That's the heavenly council. That's wisdom. That's the Bariyah, the word, the Messiah. Yahweh Sabaoth, the Lord of hosts. That's all of the heavenly council. When you speak of the singularity of the Father, right, before The earth was made before anything was made. He manifested manifestations of himself, right? So we can understand him with our finite in pieces, because anybody that try to encompass the fullness of the Most High, we would cease to exist. So that's why the heavenly council was created, was manifested from the Father, so that we can digest him in pieces. The Kayad, the mighty arm, the hand, the Ayan, the head, right? Now, the Aliyah is the singularity of the Father before he manifested images of it. Like it's kind of like when you make a what you call that? What do they call them things that they're making now? When you can project yourself, okay? It's like a projection of characteristics that would make up where we, his creation, can understand with our finite self and not cease to exist, right? Now, that's your hologram, thank you. That's the Alayam or Elohim, right? The Eloah, the Aliyah, is the singularity of the Father before. That's the great I am. That is the Ayah. So, Ayah is just the Hebrew word, Habariya word for I am, I exist, I be. Aliyah is the Habariya title for the Creator alone. Like he is. Before he manifested or created anything, he existed. That's where they make a mistake and think the Messiah. That ain't the Messiah is a manifested being when he was the Bariyah. That's the word. Okay? When Yah, that's part of the heavenly council. We made in the image. When the Messiah came into the earthly form, he was a created being, half man, half spirit. So they don't understand that. So these Romans, who we just broke down, these Greek ditties, made another created God and made Yah into the image. So he is the Aliyah, right? Singularity of the heavenly council before anything was created or manifested. And he is also Ahaya, meaning that just means he is, he exists, he be. All right? He is also Ahayat, mean one, oneness. Okay? All right. So he is both of those. And his name is Yah, according to the book of Psalms. The Ya'ad, Alayah, Hayah. They ain't got nothing to do with other nations naming gods, whatever they wanted, Yah. I got a lesson coming on that, just so y'all know. All the different names and countries who called on a Yah, because I'm about to blow that little foolishness, that lack of scholarship right out the waters. I might even do that Friday. I don't know. I can't say what I'm going to do Friday. The Most High guides me. I can make plans all I want, right? I stopped doing that. I don't make no more plans. I just wait until y'all tells me, now, this what you do, right? Because I'll get myself in trouble working and putting all this stuff together. And next you know, you're like, no, that ain't what you're doing. All right, so praise Yah. So when that's going to come out, it's going to be dope. All right, so praise Yah. So here's your Aliyah, singularity. Okay, the heavenly council is our Alayam, and we were made in this crazy work that my Shayatna, a sister in our ministry, broke the scripture and said we were made in an image of the Alayam, which makes sense. So we have the components of the Father, his arm, his head, his eyes, his wisdom, his thing, right? Let us make man in our image. Wow. Of course, not the Aliyah, because the Aliyah is set apart. There is none with the Aliyah. It's the singularity. That's the Ahaya. I am, the great I am. So it is both. Praise the Most High for election. Continue, Hakiyama. And it's a great question. I'll probably put a project together and show y'all one day. That's a great question. Go ahead, Hakiyama. It'll be even better when I show it on the screen, and yeah, that'll be dope. What's next, Hakiyama?
This next one is from Rohan. Rohan asks, could there be female, like set apart Malayaks? And he says,
there are no female angels. There were no female angels. Go ahead. What's the next one? He said something else?
You basically answered it. Yeah.
All right, you can go to the next one. No, there are no female Malayaks. Man did that. just like these Romans and these fallen angels, just like they made these little, no disrespect, but they put these little fat babies with bellies, talking about the Cupid, these little devils, fallen angel with shooting you with arrows and stuff. All right, continue. And it ain't got nothing to do with being sexist. It's just the reality. It's just Shamayam. Go ahead.
This next one is from Tamaya. He says, what is the name of the book where Trump goes back into time and speaks to Barron?
I know, we did that. Did you show him? Was you able to find out live? I don't remember the book, but we broke that.
It was the rabbit hole one.
It's the rabbit hole, yeah. Mm-hmm. So you just got to go watch our rabbit hole lesson. The book is on the lesson. That's a great lesson. That was a fun rabbit hole. I wanted to point out something. Oh, this got nothing to do with sexism in the Shamayam. You can't look from your finite mind. So sisters, don't get offended. The only feminine spirit in the Shamayam is wisdom. Okay? Is wisdom. Wisdom is the she. That's, of course, a feminine, how can I say it, manifestation would have to manifest from the creator because the sisters are his children too. At least it would have only been man creation. It wouldn't have been a sister to come from our rib to man, right? It wouldn't have been a helpmeet. So, but the only one, and that's the heavenly council, she's not an angel. Let me explain the difference. She's not an angel. That feminine, what we're calling feminine spirit, is wisdom, and she ain't nothing to play with. You want talking about a mama bear? We're gonna do whenever y'all will. It's coming too. I think I might have just been spoken to. Hold on. Praise y'all. I think I just might have been spoken to. All right, so I just wanted to explain that because I didn't want it's. The feminine presence is not void from the Shamaic realm, but it's not prominent. That's why the Hasatan wants to make the feminine in his world prominent. Do you get it? Everything that the Most High created, Hasatan reverses. So in Yah's kingdom, the feminine presence is there. It's in wisdom, and she ain't nothing to play with. When we break this down, there's nothing to play with, right? It's not a game, okay? And that's it. But in Hasatan's kingdom, the feminine is in control. You see? And the masculine is what is to be neutered. That's why when we just broke down of Hilaria, Saturnalia, April Fools, all that, what was they doing? Cutting off the male organ, right? And leaving the female organ. Because all that is fallen angel, what's the name? Matriarchal worship, okay? Yes, he flips in reverse. That's why, you see, you didn't see him say it cut off the woman part, it cut off the male part. They keep castrating. Yes, that's Hasatan. That's why they after the booty too. That's why everything is a desecration about the little, they really want their little boys. Now they use the girls, but that's to procreate, to make more little boys so that they can violate. So they need the girls to procreate, to make more little boys so they can violate the little boys and open portals. That's what opens portals. To, what's his name? He just wrote something. To that, because he asked a question about the portal. Ivan, that's the biggest portal gate opener. Come on, y'all, bring your word. The biggest gate, but besides CERN, sin, the biggest portal opens when someone's violated in the rectum. When the male is violated there, that opens the biggest portal and floods of. That's why this whole world is about that act. And the younger and the more violent the act, that's where the panda eyes. The more violent the act, the more power, the more fallen entities, the more spirits are able to be manifest through portals. That's why that's all it's about. That's all it's about. And they need the women to make more of them boys. It's about that and blood, adrenochrome. Okay? That's what it's about. That's what it's always been about. It's never been since the garden. Praise the Most High. Go ahead, Akiyama.
Okay, this next one is from, let's go down. There's one from Maria. She just asked, is instruction under wisdom being how they are both she?
Who said that? Who asked it?
Laria.
Is instruction under, yes, I would think. And you, Laria, tomorrow on the Tuesday Bible study, give me more detail. I don't want to do it here because we live. I'd rather work it out, right? So guys, on our Tuesday study, that's where we get the revelation. We let y'all work stuff out because there's more to that. I don't want to do it live though. Once we get our stuff in order from the Father, when he reveals things, then we bring it to y'all live. We're very, the child celebrity, we're very careful with what's spoken. So that's a very interesting one, Laria. So make sure, she said, I didn't want to say more either. Yeah, do that tomorrow. Do that tomorrow in the Bible study. Go ahead, Hakim.
Okay, this next one is from Delarcia. She asks, we were referring to what Moses was doing concerning the women and children. Was it blasphemous towards Yah, which is my question.
Oh, we answered that. We answered that on the Bible study when we did the Moses thing. Yeah, we answered that. Yeah, it was. It is blasphemous. That's why he didn't make it to the promised land too. He did a lot of mess. Praise Yah for his repentance. That he will see Moses in Abraham's bosom, but he didn't make it into the promised land. Go ahead. What's next?
This next one is from Hayazak. She asks, I asked Ankh if he felt all the trafficking of children and what happened to them was payment for them getting knowledge to time travel and open portals.
Oh, that was from tonight, I think. Say it one more time. Let me hear there's complexities in that question. Say it again.
I'm asking Ankh if he felt all the trafficking of children is what happened to them, and what happened to them was payment for them getting knowledge to time travel and open portals.
I'm a little lost in how the question is asked. So I'm a little lost. So I can't put together what she's asking. If the trafficking and what happened to the little little ones who were
sacrifice payment in order to get the knowledge to.
Oh, yes, because that's what they want. It's Moloch, Baal worship, child sacrifice, absolutely. And that's why I said the more violent that they do the act, especially to the boys, and the more trauma, the bigger the payment. That's why I'm like, anybody that follow these ancient Kemet gods and these ancient, that's the payment that they want. It's the slaughter of the innocents, the torture, the desecration. The darker, the bigger the payment. You know what I mean? The darker. Yes, woe to those who do the least unto thee. That's absolutely what they're doing. All of it is payment. That's how they serve their gods. Eat that. That's the food for their gods. That's how they get. That's just like the people, celebrity stuff, they do the adrenochrome to make themselves. That's what their gods eat, that trauma, right? That fear. Fear is devil food, demon food, right? It's devil food. I'm not going to be saying demons because I need y'all to come out of the demons. Those ain't demons. Those are devils. It's devil food. You know what I mean? Demons, devils, two different things. right? The religion got people because you don't know you calling out the wrong spirit. You ain't fighting against these devils. You talking about some demons. Demons ain't nothing, right? It's devils that you got to worry about. Fear is devil food. So all that's what the adrenaline. That's what the more fear that they can pump into you, the better the food, right? And the more the better food you get, the stronger you grow. Right? So it's kind of symbolic. Remember, they're spiritual, these devils, but the physical is a mirror to the spirit. You understand? Everything that manifests in the flesh is just magnified in the spirit. My 15-month granddaughter was dancing to your entry song. Oh, praise the Most High, to the Shema at the end. Yeah, who cares? Hakiyama, put the link to the Shema song. Because my child, my little Azariah, he used to walk around and they love. So I got the full song. She's gonna put the link to the full song. Once you play, they'll be playing. Then he'll start singing it too. You'll see. He starts singing, saying Yah, praise Yah. Like it was dope. That Shema song. Once my little Azariah, once he heard that, he couldn't stop. Every day he'd be like, he was real little. I'm like, what you want to hear the Shema? Yep. He put it on and he be. And then he starts singing praises to Yah. That's some crazy work. I'm like, oh my goodness, this baby's singing praises to the Father. All right. Yeah, that is why they scare people, Kelly. That's a good one. That's why everything is about fear. So they put all the stuff in the news. That's why it's always about that. That's a good word. Because it's now, Kelly, that's a mass meal. So when the media pumps fear on the news and by stuff, all of the people's fear, the 9 billion people in the world, whoever's seeing the news out of the 9 billion, that's like a mass buffet. You understand? A mass buffet. It's crazy work. Fear is everything. That's why the Most High said, fear not. He gives us yara, reverence, respect, authority, not fear. Yara, they transliterated that word in fear to fear. I'm going to do that. Let me do that. Oh, come on, y'all. Y'all giving me my lesson. Come on, Father. Put your lesson together. I told you I was hearing y'all speaking. I heard he's speaking. All right? So I'm going to do the fear when I do, because we're going to break that down. Coming together. Agama, did you find the Shema video for her? Did you post it? Oh, you did. All right. Praise the Most High. All right. So go ahead. Was it another question? That was it?
Yes. Just one moment, please.
2:00. Not too bad. Trying not to go too crazy on Monday. Even though they shadow banned the mess out of us tonight. Still 70 of us on the live. Not too bad.
This first one is from Who Cares? She asks, do you have a children's ministry?
No, we don't have a separate. I wanted to do that years ago, but it's enough. I got enough on my plate just trying. But our ministry is for all ages. So we have children in our ministry. So we have families in our ministry who raising their children from birth, right? And they're growing up now. And because we don't, like, our ministry is really PG, right? So you see, I don't cuss, right? And then even when we're doing kind of adult topics, I'm kind of PG with the adult stuff, right? But the good thing is that you actually do want your children to hear the real. Not too, because, Shalom Akiana, because we don't cuss and they're still able to hear the real, and they need that realness to prepare. We like to shelter our babies from a lot of it, which we shouldn't, because the real world is what's coming after them. So the more that they can know about the real in a covered environment, in spirit and in truth, without using cuss words and stuff, the more strong they will be in their growth and development in the Father. Because that's what's coming after them. When they go to school, when they go outside, when they go in the playground, everywhere is the real world. So we don't have a separate children's ministry. I honestly don't know if we'll be able to, because we haven't, it's like, I barely have time to do anything else. All I do is teach this word. That's all I do. If I'm not teaching it, like doing a live, I'm preparing for a live or a minute. It's just, so praise Yah. So yeah, that's the, but what you could do, I guess, I don't know. You can let the Most High guide you to which lessons that you want to teach your babies from. But all of them is, yep, she said the baby was listening with me. That's the truth. And let it play over the baby. Let it just, because, there's no cussing. So yes, we're covered. We cover everything. It's food. Food that's for us is food for the babies. You heard? Praise the Most High. So they grow up in spirit and in truth, strong as warriors of Yah. Let it set, because the opposite, these dark elite, and these serpent seeds, they're raising their babies in their transgression by violating them from birth. You understand? They immersing them in violation, desecration of their soul and spirit. So they're building little devils who all they know is devil from the time they came out the womb. So how much more should we cover them in righteousness and the truth of warfare from when they come out the womb? That's why this ministry teaches spiritual warfare. That's the difference between us and almost all these other ministries. I don't care if it's Christian, Hebrew Israelite, whatever it is. None of them really, honestly, no disrespect, as humble as I can say this, they really can't stand toe to toe because they don't know spiritual warfare. You can't go toe to toe with a UFC fighter and you ain't training to fight. He gonna kick your butt. I'm talking about, he gonna break something. They ain't been trained in spiritual warfare, and that's all the Most High had trained me to do. It started over 20 years ago. So it's a spiritual UFC. Like I'm a spiritual war. Like that's all we know. Yep. They put it in Disney Channel. They put it in the cell phones. They put it in all the cartoons. Facts. So yeah, this ministry is for babies. This ministry is from when they in your womb, when they in your belly. Let the word play over. You might see them move in the belly like that's because my name, my voice, my rayak, my spirit rings bells in the spiritual realm because of the spiritual warfare. I've been through that years ago, the circumcision. That's why I get so much spiritual attacks against me and all the different stuff. You understand? And that's why there's certain things I don't do. Like I was telling Agyana it was something I just said, and I was like, that's why I don't do certain, that's why I always let the Most High guide me what for me to do, right? I never try, because anything that I go outside of him to try to do myself, it's like I'm opening up a way for them to shoot me, to attack. And I'm good. They're attacking me enough. So I wait and let the Most High guide every step, right? It will be more expedient for me to prepare and do this, but I can't. You feel me? I can't. I just got to let him lead. And long as he lead in God, I'm covered. That's how you ought to live your life of everything. Once you start modeling your life in oneness with the Father, yeah, I'm out of bounds. Once I get out of bounds, I'm free game to the spirits, dark spirits to attack. Yep, train a child. So that's how you all should model your life in oneness. That's where the Messiah said, me and my Father are one, and we are to be one with the Father. Ahayah, the oneness in his likeness, nature, character, function, and being. One with the Father in his will, letting him guide. You understand? Not my will, Yah, Father, but your will. Right? And long as we let him guide and lead, then we good money. The minute we get out of bounds, we just opened ourselves up for the fall. We open ourselves up to be attacked. And so I try to do that as less as possible because I already know they're looking for any rabbit hole. They're looking for any little peephole to come in and attack me, the dark spirits. So that's how I stay mostly covered. Hedge of protection. I stay in the Father's will. And I try not to move on my own accord. That's when you be still. That's when you slow down. Because sometimes you be like, oh, hold on. No, I need to converse with the Most High. I need to converse with my Father. Father, I'm thinking about doing this. And that's why you got to be still. Otherwise, you won't hear back. Right? Let me still myself. Be still. Let me quiet it on down. Right? That's why I tell everybody, don't answer people right away so quickly. No. Give me a second. I'll get back to you. You know what I mean? You got to give me a second. I got somebody I got to ask. All right? Shows him that you have a teachable spirit. Come on. And he pours out more. That means he knows he can lead and guide you. Once you do that, guys, come on, Hayazak, you become a vessel. A usable vessel for the Most High. And that's what he created. That's what he wants. But he didn't want us, he didn't create us as robots. So he didn't want to force us. He gave us free will. Once we can give our will over for his will, then he didn't force us. We chose it. You get it? He didn't, right? That's his glory. That's Kabayat. That shows his glory. That his children would freely do his will. He doesn't force anything. He doesn't control. He doesn't make. He gives you a choice, an option. He lets you know what his will is. And his children hear his voice. You heard? And they want to please their Father. And with that, you become one with the Father. On earth as in the Shamayam. So the end of it is we're trying to go back what? To the Father's glory. One with the Father. That's the new Shamayam, his new kingdom. From which we come back one with our Father. Praise the Most High. His holy name is rightful order. I had to close out. I'm going to do it. Let's do it. After everything that we examined tonight in this study, in this lesson, all the headlines, all the fear, all the tension, all the claims online, it's a deeper question. The deeper question is not just what is happening in this world we living in today, but what is happening inside of us. Because it's easy to watch what's happening in the world and all the chaos, but at the same time, never check in your own spirit. See, it's easy to analyze the politicians, the celebrities, the leaders, but never examine your own walk. Luke 12:56 says, ye hypocrites, you can discern the face of the sky and of the earth, but how is it that you do not discern the time that you are living in? The Bible calls us hypocrites that can discern everything else going on, but you can't discern yourself. That's the warning. You can read the headlines. You can follow the news. You can break down all the politics. You can talk about Ariana Grande did this and Beyonce and Jay-Z did that. But can you discern the times? Can you discern what's really happening? Because these are not normal times and days. These are the days we are living in where the truth is questioned. The truth is mocked and ridiculed. Violence is rising, division is increasing, and deception is becoming more and more refined. Deception is becoming the norm. And in times like this, we don't just need all this information. We need what, children? Discernment. The truth is, the nation is hurting. It's not just hurting politically. The nation is hurting spiritually. There is a fracture going on. A fracture between communities, a fracture between the races, a fracture between people who were never meant to see each other as enemies. And the division, this fracture, is being fed by fear, by anger, and by narratives that profit from the fraction, the separation. Ephesians 4:31 says, let all bitterness and wrath and anger be put away from you, and be ye kind one to another, tender-hearted, forgiving one another. You see, when we break down the Muslim scripture, right? When we break it down, we praise the Most High. That's a testimony. Who cares said, I can tell you right now, a few months ago, I was more like the tear, not the wheat. Praise the Most High for growth and development. Praise the Most High for being reborn. Come on, who cares? And his likeness and image. See, when we talk about the Muslim culture and they call anybody who don't believe in them, they call us kafirs and infidels, and they say we are to be annihilated. The Habariyah Hebrew manuscript says, let all bitterness and wrath and anger be put away from you. Be ye kind one to another, tender-hearted, forgiving one another. But they are what? Fracturing, dividing by anger, fear, and narratives from the media. That's a command. Be kind, tender-hearted, forgiving. Let all bitterness and wrath and anger be put away from you. It's a command from the Bible not to hate, not to divide, not for suspicion, but forgiveness and healing. Because if we don't heal, we'll end up destroying others. While all this is happening in the news and the media, face false events, all of it, there's another layer of things happening which most people ignore. These are the traditions that we follow, the customs and practices that we participate in, the things that we celebrate without ever asking, where did these things come from? Because all of these holidays, holy days, helly days, they ain't holy, helly days, because everything passed down ain't righteous. Not everything that's traditional is truth. Some of these are traditions of men. Mark 7:7 says, howbeit in vain do they worship me, teaching the doctrines, the commandments of men. For laying aside the commandments of the Most High, you hold on to the tradition of men. That's a serious commandment, a serious word. These traditions and practices override truth. Customs and practices will replace the Most High's commandments. Come on, Creedell. All right? They'll replace. He said, I was hearing the world was not going to end, or certain people have to go back to those caves. All right? Now, these customs will replace the Most High's commandments, and people start celebrating things that they never investigated where it really came from. If you take something like these harmless traditions, like we broke down April Fool's Day, and you trace the roots back to the calendar changes in Europe, the mockery, the rituals, the festival behaviors tied to deception, confusion, and misdirection. And then when you ask yourself, so why am I celebrating deception? Why am I normalizing trickery as fun? Because these subtle things, fallen angel practices, have been subtly shaped into cultural traditions. and culture shapes minds, and mind shapes actions. The Most High told us in Jeremiah 10:2, learn not the way of the heathen. Okay? It didn't say to reject people. It said examine the practices and test them all. Test all spirits. Learn not the way of these heathens. Understand them. Because if you don't know the root of their practices, then you can't know the fruit. If you don't know the root, you can't know the fruit. And this is why in a time like this, you just can't follow the crowd. You just can't follow your ancestors. You just can't follow the tradition. You can't move along with traditions of men. You just can't react to headlines. You have to do something deeper. You have to check your life. You have to check your walk. You have to check your righteousness. Ecclesiastes 12:13 says, let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear Yahweh, respect the Most High, and keep his commandment, for this is the whole duty of man. Not politics, not trends, not culture, but what? Righteousness is the whole duty of man. Because while the world is distracted, time is moving right along. And prophecy is not something for us to fear. Prophecy is something for us to recognize. In the book of Romans 3:11, it says, knowing the time, that now it is high time to awake out of sleep. The night is far spent. The day is at hand. Knowing the time. Now is the high time to awaken, children of the Most High. That is what we call a wake-up call. Wake up spiritually. Wake up mentally. Wake up to how you are living, because it's not just about surviving these times. It's about being righteous in these times. Do y'all hear me? It ain't just about surviving. You got the preppers. They can prep all they want. You got the people, they building domiciles in the mountains. They building homesteads. It ain't just a time of survival. Nah. It's a time about being righteous in these times. So, as we close this lesson out, don't just take this information. Don't leave this lesson here with just the information. Leave this lesson with intention. Come on, Llewellyn. Leave this lesson with intention. The intention to seek out the truth of all matters, to question everything that you have taught and you have been fed, to examine all the traditions that you've been raised in, and to walk in righteousness. Because in a world that is full of confusion, clarity is power. And in a time of deception, righteousness is protection. So stay sharp, everyone. Keep your physical and spiritual head on a swivel, because we are now learning to move in spirit and in truth for righteous sake, in the name of the Most High, creator of all things. This part. This has been Trump assassination attempt, rabbit hole rumors, theories, and Epstein's truth exposed. We traveled on down a rabbit hole. And it was pretty fun at that. Thank you, Hakyama, for your assistance. Thank you, Elder Tamayah, for your presence. Thank you to the whole ministry for welcoming anybody. I don't know if nobody new came. They ain't let us get through none of the shadow band, right? I don't even think we had no new people. I'm not too sure. But if we did have anybody new, thank you for the ministry for welcoming them in with kindness, love, and respect. What the Bible says we ought to have. What you got?
I do have two last questions, but do you want me to save them for next time?
Yeah. What was they about what we said tonight, or they just other questions? We can
Just
save them
other
for Friday.
questions.
We'll save them for Friday. We're closing out. All right. Praise the Most High. 5 hours. That's enough. It's 2:20 in the morning Monday. People got to go to rest. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Thank you for joining the house of the Most High on this Monday, the second day of the week. Hopefully you got fed. You understand some April Fools come out of these helly days. We understand the rabbit hole okay, of what's going on, time, travel, all this mess. All right. May the Most High cover and bless you all. We live again Friday, Eastern Standard Time, about 9:50 p.m. All right. To the ministry, I'll see y'all tomorrow in the Bible study. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Go forth and be the light, children of the Most High. Righteousness is your covering in the image of our Father, of everybody from every nation, kindred, tongue, and people, your righteousness. Go forth, children of the Most High, and be his image on earth. We are the light that fights that darkness. Peace and blessings, everybody worldwide. That's Shalom. Peace and blessings to you all worldwide. Shalom, everybody worldwide. See y'all on Friday, on the Sabbath day, the seventh day, because it's going to be evening when I go, evening the first day. It'll be evening when I go live. So that'll be my Sabbath day to start. Peace and blessings from the house of Yah to you worldwide. Peace and blessings.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna put email me for the link.
I'm a lion of the tribe of Judah. Say it again. You are the precious chosen people of the Most High.
We hope you have a good time watching our videos, and we'll see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.